Chapter 996. Don't worry, they just want us to join the army, not turn us into zombies. They won't smear a virus on the paper. Sun Lunan noticed Chi-Chi's action and suddenly smiled. Do Yunfan looked at the door, then sighed and lowered his shoulders. Looks like we can only sign this agreement to get out. Otherwise, they won't let us out. This is indeed a big secret for this base. Sun Lunan walked to Chi-Chi's side and picked up the two agreements. As he read, he said, "You should say that they don't want to kill us. They just want us to join the army of this base. That's already being kind to us. If it was any other base, they would probably kill us right outside. After all, death is the safest way to keep a secret." There were two agreements in his hand. One was a confidentiality agreement, and the other was an application agreement to join the base's army. Under the application agreement, there was also the position and benefits, etc. Of course, they still needed to undergo special training before they could officially take up the post. Chi-Chi looked at him and asked blankly, "Do you want to sign it?" Sun Lunan looked at her speechlessly. "If you don't sign it, do you want to stay in this room for the rest of your life?" Chi-Chi immediately shook her head like a rattle drum. "Then I have no choice but to sign it," Sun Lunan said as he pulled a chair and sat down, then picked up a pen and started to sign his name. Seeing that the captain had signed, Chi-Chi and Do Yunfan also picked up their two agreements to sign. After signing, Sun Lunan took out the agreement between the three of them and kept his own copy. Then he took the one belonging to the base to the door and opened it. Looking at the zombies in military uniforms on both sides of the door, Sun Lunan looked at them with a subtle expression. These two soldiers were both level 4 zombies with abilities. They stood upright, their uniforms clean, and they were wearing military hats. Only their faces under the brim of the hat were a little scary. Other than that, they looked like soldiers. They had never interacted so harmoniously with a zombie before. After confirming that these zombies really wouldn't attack them, and were even in the same trench as them, Sun Lunan felt that it was a new feeling, but he was still secretly on guard. He looked around, then raised the agreement in his hand and said, "We've signed it. Can we go now?" One of the soldiers at both sides of the door took the agreement but did not read it. Instead, he directly gestured for him to go outside and then walked out first. Sun Lunan immediately turned to look at the two people behind him and said, "We can go now." The three of them followed the zombie soldier out and soon arrived in front of an iron gate. Outside the door was a security control room. Meanwhile, in the guardhouse, Xiedong was sitting in front of the monitor screen and watching. His upright and tough face was expressionless, but his eyes under the brim of his cap were shining with a dim light. When he heard footsteps, he stood up and walked out of the guardroom. Xiedong stood outside the door with his legs crossed and his hands behind his back. He straightened his back and looked at the three people walking over with a sharp aura. He first took the agreement from the zombie soldier who led the way and looked at it to confirm where the signatures were. Then he said to the three of them, "Welcome to the Army of Life. I am the head coach of the reserve army at the second base, Xiedong." As for the reserve army that he mentioned, he was actually referring to the zombie army. Sun Lunan's eyes flashed. He stood in front of Xiedong and held out his hand. "Hello, I am Sun Lunan." Do Yunfan was the second to speak. "Actually, I think you should already know our names, but let me introduce myself. Do Yunfan." Chi-Chi spat out two words coldly. Chi-Chi. Xiedong shook hands with Sun Lunan and smiled at Do Yunfan as he nodded. Sun Lunan looked around and suddenly asked, "Are these the reserve army at the second base that you were talking about? They're all zombies?" He didn't say the last two words, but Xiedong knew what he was referring to. Xiedong nodded and took off his cap. "Actually, so am I." When he appeared in the base, no one thought anything of it. Anyway, he had a human face and his eyes did not turn black. As long as they weren't zombies, no one would be able to discover his true identity. After he took off his cap, the whites of his eyes were suddenly eroded by darkness. Sun Lunan and the other two were stunned and looked at him in disbelief. Xiedong closed his eyes and his eyes returned to normal. He then said, "Don't worry, you have joined the First Army. That is under Deputy Leader Yuan's jurisdiction, not ours. After you leave today, There should be someone to bring you to the army tomorrow. Sun Lunan and Do Yunfan looked at each other, then turned to look at Mo Chichi. Then he nodded at Xiedong. Only then did Xiedong turn his body slightly and point outside. After the three of them left, there would naturally be a car to send them back to the first base. After Xiedong returned to his office, he saw Yin Xiao, Alu, Jing Yin, and the others sitting on the sofa in his office. Everyone had a few agreements in their hands. "How is Qinyu?" Xiedong walked to his desk and sat down, looking at Yin Xiao and asking. Yin Xiao stood up and walked to his desk, placing the signed agreements on his desk. She wrote on the notebook, "Her attitude seems to be developing well. I gave her 3 days to consider. It's not a big problem." Xiedong nodded, picking up her agreement and flipping through it. After collecting the agreements, Xiedong began to write the post-battle report. The next day, when Lin Xiao was sitting in the office feeding Xiao Tingting milk, Xiedong came over with the report. "Come in, put the report on my desk." Lin Xiao felt his presence approaching and said casually without looking up, "Yes." Over at Haicheng, Wu Changyue, Xiao Yunlong, and Zhou Shihui were discussing how to guard against China's plans. But recently, China had been very quiet, which made Wu Qingyue and the other two feel that China's plans were not small. Why is China so calm? What is Xikong Chun trying to do? Are they just going to suppress this conflict? Xiao Yunlong frowned, unable to understand Xikong Chen's intentions. Maybe he's just afraid that a little impatience will ruin the big plan, but we don't know what their intentions are for now. Recently, a lot of China's intelligence network has been broken, and Xikong Chun is also secretly cleaning up spies and undercover agents. Wu Changyue had a faint smile on his face, but the corners of his mouth curled up habitually, but his eyes did not narrow. "Isn't this very disadvantageous for us?" Xiao Yunlong said. Wu Changyue said, "I think he's going to eliminate the possibility of leaking information before he starts to act." Zhou Shihui nodded. "I agree with this point." Chapter 997. After the three people finished talking about business, Xiao Yunlong looked at Wu Changyue speechlessly and asked, "I say, you even gave birth to a son? Why can't you get his mother? I have never seen a wife as frustrated as you." Speaking of this matter, Zhou Shihui's expressionless face had a little smile. "Can you bring him back for us to see during the full moon? In any case, he is your son, the young master of our base." Wu Changyue said helplessly, "Isn't it easy for you to see him? Can't you just go directly to the base? If you want her to bring the child over, I think so." As he spoke, he showed an indescribable bitter expression. When these two people knew about this matter, their expressions at that time were still fresh in his memory. At that time, these two people's eyes almost popped out. At first, they didn't believe it at all. After knowing the truth, they looked at him like they were looking at a monkey. Xiao Yunlong was dumbfounded as he said, "No, I never knew you had this ability. You can even get a zombie to give birth to a child." And although Zhou Shihui was a little older, his eyes were directly staring at a certain indescribable position of his. Then he asked, "Why didn't you become a zombie?" Wu Qingyue at that time thought, As a result, he later learned that he had successfully slept with her, and the child was born. However, the other party still didn't agree to accept him, and the two people immediately despised him. Xiao Yunlong saw him say so, and said, "In any case, you are the child's father. The child's full moon banquet must be held in our city." Although they couldn't let the whole base know that their leader had a son, at least they could still invite several tables of relatives, friends, subordinates, and so on. Wu Changyue said with some embarrassment, "I don't think she will be willing. That female zombie was so possessive of her son, and now she had returned to her original attitude towards him." He really felt that the other party would not agree to this request. How do you know it's impossible before you try? Don't be so timid. That is your son. You have this right, okay? Xiao Yunlong somewhat disliked Wu Changyue like this, and immediately said with a straight face. Zhou Shihui also said, "At least try first. If it doesn't work, we'll steal the child." The smile on Wu Qingyue's face cracked a little. He twitched his mouth and looked at him. I can't believe you can say such a thing with a straight face. Zhou Shui covered his face with his hand and coughed. Then, he looked up at the ceiling. In fact, he very much agreed with what Xiao Yunlong said. But looking at Wu Qingyue's current situation, where he couldn't bear to hurt the female zombie, he certainly couldn't convince the female zombie to agree to this matter. But that was their Sea City's little crown prince. How could they hold a 1-month celebration in someone else's base? Not even her maiden family. Besides, could the child really speak? It was said that their thinking was more mature, unlike ordinary babies. That was amazing. Could it be that he had been transmigrated? When Xiao Yunlong heard this, his expression immediately changed, and he laughed. Hey, that's a good idea. I don't have to face them head-on. When Wu Qingyue saw their expressions, he had a bad feeling in his heart. He quickly said, I'll test her first. Maybe she doesn't really care where the banquet is held. He didn't have much confidence in the last sentence. Based on his understanding of the female zombie, this was impossible. But in order to prevent these two men from doing anything strange, he could only say so. Then hurry up. You must fight for this opportunity. Think about it. If the child can come over here, then his mother will definitely come over. Then you will also have a chance to seduce her heart, isn't it? Xiao Yunlong leaned against the back of the chair and helped him come up with ideas. Although Wu Qingyue felt that it was unlikely that the female zombie would come over, but when he heard Xiao Yunlong's words, his heart was also a little moved. Okay, then I'll leave it to you. Be sure to bring the child back for us to see. Zhou Shui stood up and looked at him as he left. Xiao Yunlong also got up and left with his information. After Wu Qingyue returned to his office, his mind was still thinking about how to make the female zombie agree to bring the child to Sea City. However, before he could think of a way, Xiao Liqing came in with new information. Leader, there's a new situation at the Universal Base. Wu Qingyue looked at him. What's the situation? Xiao Liqing explained. 2 days ago, 3,000-strong Skyfire Base soldiers showed up about 50 kilometers to the west of Universal. They began to hunt down Universal's zombie hunters. But yesterday, Xiedong brought 300 soldiers with him and annihilated them. The survivors that were rescued signed confidentiality agreements and asked them to join the base's army. Wu Qingyue's smile was faint, but his eyes were cold. He opened his mouth to ask, did anyone escape? Xiao Liqing shook his head. No, they were all wiped out. Wu Qingyue nodded. It looks like our falling out with China has made Skyfire Base restless. But there are too few humans in the base, and on the surface they're weak. They can't show their true strength, so they should be recruiting in large numbers. Xiao Liqing nodded. That's true. Some of the survivors from Hidden Cloud City and Earth Dragon were willing to go to Universal Base, but the giant rat swarm has made them think it's not safe. The people from Hidden Cloud City and Earth Dragon scattered. Those with a bit of strength were willing to go to China or Haicheng, while those that didn't want to go too far went to the nearest Skyfire Base. Now, that Huaxiao and Haicheng had fallen out, those people would consider the strength of Huaxiao and Haicheng, which side would be able to give them a stable life, and which side would continue to fall into a passive or even suppressed situation. But for now, it looked like China was still the strongest. Haicheng wasn't weak, but compared to China, it was still a little weaker. At least when it came to technological weaponry, they were much weaker. Fortunately, each side had an 8th-level adept to hold down the fort, so a delicate balance was maintained. Wu Qingyue smirked. If they knew there were subterranean creatures, they'd be even less likely to go to Universal Base. After saying that, he thought to himself, could it be that these underground creatures really only exist in the area not far away from the base? Were there no other places? If that was the case, then Universal Base was out of luck. Was this a miscalculation on the zombie girl's part? He didn't know if the female zombie regretted building the base there. Perhaps she should have built it in the south. Xiao Liqing's voice was worried. If we don't deal with the subterranean creatures soon, Universal Base is going to suffer. It'd be a shame to destroy a newly built base. Chapter 998. Wu Qingyue's and Xiao Liqing's worries soon came true. Over 10 days after Xiedong and his subordinates had wiped out Skyfire's 3,000-strong army, the sun had just set, and the sky was just beginning to darken. Not far from where Elmar and her zombies were stationed, 5 holes, each 7 meters in diameter, opened up. Elmar and the rest of his zombies in the army immediately smelled a strong, earthy smell coming from that direction, and it was coming from several directions. She immediately led a few level 6 zombie kings to investigate, but when they arrived, they found that there was more than one hole. The holes were very quiet, but the movement was not small. Countless underworld creatures that looked like adult gorillas crawled out of the ground silently. There were close to 100 underworld creatures standing around the cave entrance. Soon, the zombie kings that were sent to investigate the other holes immediately came back with news. A large number of underground creatures also came out of those holes, and the positions of the 5 holes were arranged in the direction of the universal base. The hole closest to the universal base was at least 30 kilometers away from the first hole, but it was only 20 kilometers away from the universal base. It was obvious that the target of these things was very clear. Bring this situation back to inform the leader immediately. Hurry. Prepare for battle. Earth type. First think of a way to block those holes. Elmar returned to the temporary military base and quickly ordered 5 groups of zombies to go to the holes, and then began to gather the nearby zombies to block the spread of these creatures. Roar dash at this time. A dull roar of a beast came from afar. Elmar was shocked. Lin Xiao, Yuan Tianxing, Lin Feng, Qiu Lily, and the other level 7 metahumans and zombies in the universal base also stopped moving, and then looked in that direction. Far away in Haicheng, Wu Chengyue, Xiao Yunlong, and Zhou Sherhui all felt something, but because they were too far away, only the stronger Wu Chengyue could feel it clearly, and he also felt that this pressure was somewhat familiar. After thinking about it, his expression suddenly changed. At this time, the underground creatures that were surrounded by the zombie horde began to turn red. They all entered berserk mode and began to attack the surrounding zombie horde indiscriminately. The 5 holes within a kilometer radius of a mile instantly became a battlefield of zombies and monsters. Roar, roar, roar. Roar, roar, roar. All right, the roars from both sides could not be understood by normal humans. Damn it. I was wondering why these guys have been so quiet for so long. So you were waiting here. Elmar appeared at the cave entrance closest to the universal base. She gritted her teeth and cursed. She dashed down in a flash and sliced off the heads of several low-level gorillas with a few swipes of her claws. He didn't expect the underworld creatures to launch a surprise attack and hide so well. There was no movement at all, but suddenly 5 holes were dug out. Roar! A 5-meter-tall giant gorilla rushed out and pounced on Elmar like a bull, waving its claws. At the same time, his whole body shone with a red light, and the sharp teeth in his mouth shone with a sharp light in the night. Bang! The berserk creature's speed and strength increased tremendously. Its claw struck Elmar and sent her flying. Ugh! Puff! Elmar felt a tightness in her chest as a fishy and salty liquid gushed out of her mouth. She spat out a mouthful of thick black zombie blood. However, Elmar's body crashed into the wall of a house. She quickly rushed out of the house that had a hole in it. At the same time, a small portion of these underworld creatures were ordered to guard the cave entrance to prevent the entrance from being destroyed. Therefore, when Elmar ordered the Earth-type zombies to rush over and use their abilities to block the entrance, they would be targeted and attacked by several underworld creatures. Even if they were far away, they would still be targeted. A 10-meter-tall giant gorilla crawled out of the cave that Elmar was in. It stood motionless facing the universal base, but its nose kept sniffing in that direction. Behind it, there was a continuous flow of different-sized gorillas. The other 4 cave entrances quickly stopped, and the underworld creatures continued to pour out. However, there were 400 to 500 of them, and there were 2 level 7 gorillas at each entrance. They attacked the level 5 or level 6 zombies that Elmar sent out. There weren't many level 6 zombies on Elmar's side. Old Mingua, Old 8, Old 3, Xiatian, and Nanjing were 5 level 1 kings, and each of them had 10 level 5 leaders to attack. As soon as its aura appeared, Lin Xiao in the universal base had a bad feeling. He immediately changed into his combat uniform and put his son into Shun Yuzhen's arms. Send him to Lin Hao. Son, go to Uncle's place first. Mama will go out for a while. Little Tung Tung looked at her and calmly waved his hand. Go. Little Tung Tung, who was about to be 1 month old, was no longer as soft as when he was just born. Although he was still very short, he was very capable. Lin Xiao went out with Duan Wan and sent people to give urgent military orders to Xie Dong and Yuan Tianqing. Then he drove out of the base in a hurry. At the entrance of the cave closest to the universal base, there was still a continuous flow of underworld creatures. While Elmar was being tortured by a crazy level 7 gorilla, the cave entrance was already surrounded by a large number of underworld creatures. In addition to the 2 level 7 gorillas that were fighting Elmar and Xia Tian, there were even 5 that were quietly standing behind the huge figure that was 10 meters tall. This level 8 underground gorilla was like a leader. Roar! It seemed to have sensed something. The leader of the gorillas suddenly bared its teeth, raised its head, and roared. It seemed to have issued an order. Then it lowered its body and leaped up again. It jumped out in the direction of the universal base. As soon as it moved, the underworld creatures that were quietly standing around immediately chased after it. One by one, their bodies exploded with red light, reflecting a bright light in the night. Oh no! After Elmar dodged the claw of the level 7 underground creature, she saw the huge underground creature leading thousands of underworld creatures towards the universal base. He immediately called out subconsciously. At the same time, she prayed that these creatures might get lost and might not be able to reach the universal base that was 20 to 30 kilometers away. If these creatures really rushed into the universal base, it would be a disaster. She didn't know if it was because the number of the underworld creatures was too large and their aura was too strong. The rats on the other side of the rat hole in the distance all ran back at this time. They all looked frightened and hurriedly went into the hole. Chapter 999. Lin Xiao drove the car out of the base and stopped when it was halfway to where Elmar was stationed. She put away the car and jumped onto the tall building next to her. She found a place with a wider view and looked at the countless red lights getting closer and closer. She breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, before she left, she gave Lin Feng an urgent order to send someone to escort Lin Hao and the 3 children, Lin Xiaolu, Tong Tong, and Little Tung Ting, out of the base and go to High City to hide. Shoo, shoo, shoo. A few figures appeared next to her. Qiu Lily, Lin Kuei, and all the level 1 king zombies in the base appeared. Lin Kuei was urgently called back by Lin Xiao a few days ago, but Lin Wenwen and Long Qingying hadn't returned yet. The 2 of them, Long Xiantong and Kong Qingming from Haicheng, were still at Lake Tai, looking for those stones and studying the medicinal value of the mutated plants. How did they get here? So close. And there are so many of them. Qiu Lily's red eyes widened and said in surprise, because those things were too close to the base. Lin Xiao stared at the front and said to them, they are now in a frenzied state. Their speed, strength, and defense are all very powerful. Be careful. Don't fight recklessly if you can't beat them. What about you? You're not thinking of fighting that big guy, are you? It doesn't look like it's easy to deal with. Qiu Lily heard the hidden meaning in her words and looked at Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao was obviously asking them to find someone they could deal with. As for those they couldn't, don't worry, my ability is very useful to them. I will think of a way to deal with that level 8 zombie. If it really doesn't work, then find someone to go to Haicheng to find Wu Changyue. Lin Xiao squinted her eyes and released a black flame from her palm. She believed that if they couldn't resist those things at the end, Wu Changyue could at least buy some time for the survivors to escape. But at that time, the base she had built would probably be destroyed again. As someone who always wanted to rely on herself, Lin Xiao really didn't want that to happen. She didn't want to ask Wu Changyue for help at this time. At least before she could fight, she didn't want to rely on anyone. The last sentence was the last decision she made for the survivors in the base. The black sparks turned into a black lotus on her palm. After twisting a few times, they suddenly split apart and turned into several black fire snakes that flew out. These fire snakes continued to split into small black snakes in the dark night air, and then rushed towards the endless red light ahead. After giving birth to little Tung Tung, he had been recovering for more than 20 days. Lin Xiao's ability had recovered to about 80% of its original power, although it was not completely restored. However, it was still possible to support a few large-scale releases of arcane energy. When Lin Xiao and the rest of the zombies appeared, the charging underworld creatures stopped. Moreover, when Lin Xiao released the fire snake, they instinctively took a step back. Roar! The leader of the underground gorilla stopped and immediately let out a low warning sound. Lin Xiao narrowed his eyes when he saw that his ability had such a deterrent effect. Then, he ordered, apart from one level 8, there are still 5 level 7. Lily, you deal with one, and Lin Kuei with the other. As for the others, try to avoid those above level 7. Lily might not be able to defeat these level 7 underground creatures when they were in berserk mode. Fortunately, they had an advantage as zombies. As long as they didn't lose their limbs or head, it wouldn't cause much harm to them. In other words, they could take a beating. Lin Xiao leaped out and rushed towards the leader of the underground gorilla and the few level 7 gorillas beside it. She remembered that she had burned a level 7 underground gorilla to death with just a small wisp of her special ability flame. At the same time, she realized that these creatures didn't disperse their formation. Just like that, they rushed over in a group, and these things did not even intend to hide themselves. They were like walking monster lanterns. When Lin Xiao's figure flashed, she appeared next to the huge underground gorilla in the blink of an eye. She threw a small black fireball at the head of a level 7 gorilla. At the same time, she released a black fog that began to surround the huge gorilla. Roar Dash! The gorilla that was surrounded by the black fog wasn't stupid. Although it couldn't see, it could vaguely feel the energy in the black fog. Thus, he immediately bounced his leg and jumped to a place 20 to 30 meters away with a bang. Lin Xiao appeared with her black hellfire, causing the originally calm monster army to become a little chaotic. They tried to avoid Lin Xiao's flame, and they seemed to be panicking. But how could Lin Xiao's black flame be so easy to avoid? Her flame was like the flame of the netherworld that leaked out from the netherworld, and it chased after the underground creatures with a cold spirituality. Roar Dash! One of the 3 level 7 gorillas couldn't dodge in time, and the small black fireball that Lin Xiao threw at it caught up to it. Then it quickly exploded into small flames on its head, and they all drilled into its mouth, nose, and ears. Bang Dash! At this time, a slender figure suddenly appeared and was thrown to the ground like a puppet. Cough! You're finally here. If you didn't come, I would really be crippled. Elmar's tone started to become a little rough. She climbed up from the ground. One of her legs was slightly twisted, and it seemed to be fractured. Her whole body was covered in blood, and her forehead was full of zombie blood. The pupils in the middle of her dark eyes were like 2 emeralds that emitted green light, like a ghost in the night. She coughed out a small pool of blood as she spoke. Wah Meng Meng, you're so miserable. Although Chio Lily screamed in disgust, her figure instantly flashed to Elmar's side. She pulled her back again and quickly disappeared from the spot. Poof! An underground gorilla the size of a buffalo fiercely pounced on the place where the 2 of them left. Its steel claws made 2 30 to 40 centimeter holes on the ground. Lin Xiao flashed to the top of a tall building, waved her hands, and began to concentrate on controlling the dark fire that she released. In addition to the black mist that targeted the level 8 gorillas, Lin Xiao waved a few more black flames towards the other level 7 gorillas on the field. There were a total of 7 level 7 gorillas here. Originally, Elmar was holding off one, and the other was blocked by the level 6 zombie Summer for a while. Fortunately, Summer was a rarely seen physical type zombie, and his body was much more durable than Elmar's animal type zombie. But no matter what, his level was still 1 level lower than Elmar, so his fate was even worse. Although he wasn't dead, he could only lie down and couldn't move at this time. His whole body was tattered, and his tall and strong body was also covered in the zombie blood of the virus. His chest had collapsed, and his stomach was burst, and his intestines were exposed to the air. His limbs were strangely twisted as he lay in a deep hole. He could only blink his eyes and helplessly look at the sky. Chapter 1000. Lin Xiao's black fire snake adhered to every underground creature that she stared at. Whether it was a level 7 creature the size of a buffalo, a level 6 creature the size of a cow, or even a large number of level 5 gorillas the size of an adult gorilla, Lin Xiao controlled the death fire snake to enter their bodies through their mouths, noses, and ears. Roar! Ooh! Soon, these underground gorillas that were hit by Lin Xiao's ability immediately began to go crazy. They covered their heads, or scratched their chests and stomachs. It was as if they were poisoned. Roar! Hearing the manic roars of her subordinates, the level 8 underground gorilla also began to go crazy. It immediately turned its face to the roof where Lin Xiao was, and its aura directly condensed into a killing intent. The killing intent of a level 8 beast was the same as the killing intent of a level 8 zombie emperor. If one was not strong enough, they would be directly suppressed to the point that their whole body would be filled with fear, and then they would lose their minds. If they were weak, they would be directly scared to death. However, Lin Xiao herself was a strange zombie. She was not afraid of the pressure and killing intent that came from a higher level than her. Therefore, she was not afraid of the killing intent of this level 8 underground beast, although she was fully alert. She pursed her lips, suddenly raised her head and roared, "Roar! Come over here!" Lin Xiao's voice was loud and clear, and the sound waves spread far and wide. Immediately, all the zombies within 50 miles woke up from their state of hibernation. One by one, they raised their heads to look in Lin Xiao's direction, and then began to walk in her direction. As they walked, suddenly, there was a second call from a level 2 zombie king. "Roar! Speed up!" Therefore, the zombies that were originally walking immediately began to run, stumbling as they rushed in that direction. Although Lin Xiao was a level 2 zombie, her pressure was almost on the same level as that of a zombie emperor. Of course, it was still slightly weaker than a real zombie emperor, but it was much stronger than a normal level 2 king, and the pressure was also much greater. When the base was built, Lin Xiao used the zombies as a line of defense, so the low-level zombies around the base were not eliminated in large numbers. Therefore, according to Lin Xiao's previous estimation, the total population of Uptown and Binjiang District would be at least 600,000. Therefore, excluding the original 10% of survivors, there would be 500,000 zombies left. Furthermore, there were other factors that needed to be eliminated. Right now, Lin Xiao's current location was at the border between Uptown and Binjiang District. Adding both sides together, Lin Xiao could summon at least hundreds of thousands of ordinary zombies. So, to put simply, just like Mo Yin, Lin Xiao started to create a zombie horde. Since these things that came out from the underground were so good at fighting, she would just use the human wave tactic. They were going to be buried by the zombies. After Lin Xiao issued 2 summoning sounds, he immediately focused on dealing with the underground creatures that were above level 5. As for the others, she was in charge of restraining the most powerful ones. Let the others deal with the rest. After all, she had brought a team here. After Chiu Lily took Elmar away, the crater on the other side also appeared in the direction of Summer. When he saw Summer's situation, his expression was exactly the same as Chiu Lily's when she saw Elmar. "Wah, big guy, I've never seen you in such a miserable state." Crater squatted beside the crater where Summer was, looking at the male zombie whose body was in a terrible state. "Can you stop talking nonsense? If you want to save someone, then hurry up." Summer looked at her quietly and said weakly. Crater immediately jumped into the crater. When he bent down, he made a few postures and looked him up and down. Then he said, "Looks like you're not suitable to be carried like this. Let's not talk about the blood on your stomach. We'll have to worry about your intestines falling out." So, that was why Summer, who was almost 9 meters tall, was princess carried by this slender girl who was only 65 meters tall. He calmly jumped up and returned to the back of their camp. At the same time, He didn't forget to say, how much energy from the lake did the leader spend to bathe and drink you? And without 3 to 5 months, your stomach won't even grow out. They all knew the effect of the energy in Lin Xiao's lake. That was why they followed her peacefully. Although they were forced to at first, they had long regarded Mo Yin as their former leader. Former leader, Summer. Being carried like a princess was enough to make him speechless. Thinking of his injuries, Summer, who was 9 meters tall, felt very tired. Aren't you pretty good at taking hits? You actually got beaten up like this. These damn things are really scary. In the blink of an eye, he brought Summer back to his own camp. Crater muttered, but his hands didn't stop moving. He took a pile of sandcloth and wrapped Summer into a mummy. He even took out the energy lake that Lin Xiao had stored in a medicine bottle and fed it to him. You'll know when you try, Summer, said the mummy. However, after Crater settled Summer down, she turned around to find a level 6 gorilla to fight. The gorilla didn't have time to care about her. Looking at the underground creature that only cared about grabbing his head, Crater easily trapped the gorilla in a big water ball. However, this thing wasn't afraid of water at all. It struggled vigorously in the water ball, but didn't seem to be suffocating. It just kept scratching its own head, and the eyeless head had already been badly scratched by itself. This guy was about to scratch himself to death. On the other side, Nanjing was also using a large amount of ice ability on a level 6 gorilla. However, she couldn't freeze it. Crater Pit extended its hand and released an icy mist. The icy mist shrouded the level 6 underground gorilla. A layer of ice immediately formed on the surface of its body, turning it into an ice sculpture. If an ordinary person was frozen like this, a touch would shatter them into pieces. Even if a psychic was frozen by her, although the other party wouldn't shatter into pieces, he would definitely lose consciousness or be unable to move. The underworld creature was frozen by Pit's level 6 ice element. But in less than 2 seconds, there was a palm, sound, and her ice shattered. However, that gorilla was still alive. However, this gorilla was different from the one that Crater dealt with. It wasn't grabbing its head, but its stomach. It was already badly scratched, and its intestines were even pulled out. In fact, these underground creatures that were affected by Lin Xiao's ability had all lost their aggressiveness. For the zombies, they were just targets that couldn't resist. What was more infuriating was that they couldn't kill this target. At this moment, Qiu Lily's fire tornado swept a level 7 gorilla into the sky. Although it couldn't be burned to death, it might fall to its death. Bang! Then, well, it didn't die. Chapter 1001. Falling from a height of tens of meters, the powerful gravity caused the underground creature, which was as large as a buffalo, to crash into the ground and create a large pit. Moreover, when the underground creature crashed into the pit, there was no sign of its body being torn apart. The underground gorilla rolled around in the pit and got up again. Qiu Lily's attack didn't have any effect on it, but she didn't intend to give up. The fire couldn't kill it, the wind blade couldn't hurt it, and it didn't die even after falling from a height of tens of meters. Let's try a few hundred meters high. If the first time didn't work, let's try the second time. Qiu Lily stared at the underground gorilla that crawled out of the pit and used its claws to scratch her. She continued to use the tornado to sweep it up. On the other side, the level 8 underground gorilla looked at the surrounding subordinates that were suffering from Lin Xiao's hellfire. It roared angrily at Lin Xiao. Roar! Then it broke through the black fog controlled by Lin Xiao and leaped toward the building where Lin Xiao was. The building where Lin Xiao was located was only 20 to 30 floors, which wasn't very high. The huge underground gorilla leaped up. The 10-meter-tall beast that weighed at least 2 tons landed on the roof with a bang and immediately cracked and caved in the platform. However, when it arrived at the top of the building, it found that its target had disappeared from where it stood. It roared angrily and continued to chase in Lin Xiao's direction. Of course, Lin Xiao didn't intend to fight the beast head-on. She needed to focus all her energy on controlling her ability. Only when she temporarily restrained the level 5, level 6, and level 7 underground creatures could show Lily and the rest have a slight chance of killing these high-level underground creatures. This way, the situation wouldn't be one-sided. Roar! The surrounding zombies rushed up and pounced on the lowest level of the underground gorilla to bite. Of course, they couldn't bite through it, but at least they temporarily restrained these creatures. After the hellfire drilled into the bodies of these creatures, it began to devour the energy in their bodies. After the energy was absorbed, Lin Xiao's hellfire could devour the bodies of these creatures. This was because the energy evolution of these underground creatures was all in their bodies. Every cell or every bone was filled with energy transformed from the virus. This was a great supplement for Lin Xiao's special ability. Soon, the level 5 underworld creatures couldn't withstand Lin Xiao's devourability. His movements began to slow down, and he was pushed down by the zombies. Poochie, a level 5 gorilla's movements became sluggish, and when it was hit by a fire-type zombie leader's fireball, it actually started burning. The zombie leader was pleasantly surprised and immediately increased the temperature of the flames. The underground gorilla was burnt to a crisp. A wisp of black flame leaped out from his red flames and quickly found its next target. When the zombie leader saw Lin Xiao's black flame, it immediately understood what was going on. He immediately followed the wisp of flame and waited for it to drill into the next underground gorilla. Then, he immediately rushed up to attack that underground gorilla. Lin Xiao diverted her attention to control the hellfire. At the same time, she could feel the changes that occurred after the hellfire absorbed the energy of the underground creatures. For example, the hellfire that she controlled to drill into the bodies of the level 5 creatures was thinner than her pinky finger. After absorbing the energy of a level 5 creature, the hellfire was as thick as an index finger. The energy absorption of the underground creatures below level 5 was the fastest. After all, only the level 5 creatures had died in the 2 minutes of battle. As for the level 6 and level 7 creatures, even if their heads and bodies were smashed, they still weren't dead. She remembered that the last time she killed a level 7 creature, it took at least 10 minutes before it died. But the absorbed energy couldn't make up for the energy she had consumed. Her attack efficiency increased a little. Lin Xiao's special ability controlled a large number of high-level underground creatures. This made the level 8 gorilla angry, and it was harassed by Lin Xiao's black mist. It couldn't effectively approach Lin Xiao. This made it very irritable. Roar! The level 8 zombie roared and suddenly bent its body slightly. Its skin began to crack, and a dazzling red light seeped out from the cracks on its body. A violent and oppressive aura rose from its body. Xiao Lily and the others couldn't help but stop and even lose control of their movements. Even Lin Xiao felt her heart tighten. She felt that her qi was completely locked, and a strong sense of crisis arose in her heart. Just as this extremely bad premonition arose in her heart, her body instinctively flashed away in the blink of an eye. She was still in the control of her special ability and couldn't be invisible, so she could only dodge. But her movements were still a little too late. At the same time, she suddenly felt a chill on her back. Before she could react, her body had been slapped away. Bang, boom, cough. Before she could react, Lin Xiao had smashed into the mutant tree next to her. The trunk of the tree, which was 1/2 meter in diameter, was directly smashed, and the entire tree toppled over. Hua hua. As soon as she fell to the ground, she saw the big tree directly pressing down on her. Lin Xiao quickly rolled and then jumped. When the tree was pressing down, she quickly flashed out. Just as she rushed out, she was blocked by the huge monster with flashing red cracks all over its body. A huge claw slashed down at her head again at lightning speed. Lin Xiao reacted quickly and suddenly twisted her body. Then, she kicked the monster's body and did a somersault. After nimbly dodging the giant claw, she then used the force of the kick to bounce back. At the same time, she waved her hand, and a black flame flashed like a spirit snake. It quickly drilled into the nose of the level 8 underground gorilla. Roar! With something in its nose, the level 8 underground gorilla immediately panicked and took a step back. At the same time, it opened its mouth and sneezed a few times. Poochie, while sneezing, the level 8 giant beast anxiously patted its nose with its claws. It even used its nose to exhale a few times. At this time, Lin Xiao had already retreated to a high-voltage telephone pole more than 20 meters away. Fortunately, her body was strong enough. Being slapped by the opponent and knocking down the tree was nothing. It was just that her chest felt a little stuffy. She clutched her chest, not because she was feeling unwell, but because when the giant claw hit her, it tore her clothes. There is nothing more depressing for a woman than having her clothes torn during a fight. Chapter 1002. Lin Xiao quickly took off her coat and quickly took out a pair of underwear from her space. She dodged the level 8 gorilla and put it on nimbly, buttoning 2 buttons in front of her chest. At this moment, the level 8 gorilla's body suddenly trembled, followed by a strange cough. Lin Xiao saw a black gas spurt out from its nose, and then the flame she threw into its nose just now disappeared. Puff, puff, puff. After the black gas spurted out, the level 8 gorilla wasn't done. It then spat out a few mouthfuls of dirty black saliva. After the saliva hit the ground, the flowers, grass, stones, and sand on the ground melted, forming a hole. Lin Xiao thought to herself, "Motherfucker, a few mouthfuls of saliva dissolve my attack. Do you have to slap my face like that?" Roar. After releasing Lin Xiao's flame, the level 8 creature immediately pounced at Lin Xiao again. Its huge body wasn't clumsy at all. Its speed increased to a terrifying level that Lin Xiao couldn't dodge in time. Lin Xiao immediately dodged and disappeared on the spot. In the eyes of others, they could only see the moving silhouette of Lin Xiao and the level 8 beast. Lin Xiao had to divert her attention to control a large amount of flame to absorb the energy of the other underground creatures while dodging the level 8 zombie's attack. Therefore, the flame she threw out just now contained too little energy, which was why it didn't have much effect on the level 8 underground creature. Bang! Boom! The level 8 underground creature chased after Lin Xiao with a violent momentum. In the blink of an eye, it was right in front of Lin Xiao, its 2 giant claws carrying a chilling and sharp aura attacking her. Lin Xiao made a quick turn and barely dodged the claw swinging down from his opponent. Puff, puff, puff. The sharp force of the claws actually cut down the rocks and trees several meters away within the range of the claw's trajectory. Being chased by the dangerous level 8 underground creature, Lin Xiao could only temporarily give up on controlling the flame. The nether fire stopped devouring the energy in the bodies of the other underworld creatures. It lay dormant in their bodies temporarily. Without the engulfment of Lin Xiao's dark flame, the other level 6 and 7 creatures immediately recovered. They then turned around and started attacking the surrounding zombies. Roar! The level 7 underground creature that was swept 200 meters up by Chio Lily suddenly adjusted its posture in midair and roared furiously. Bang! The creature landed on the ground, its legs landing firmly on the ground. It directly smashed the cement floor into a depression, but its figure stood steadily and walked out. He sniffed in Chio Lily's direction and immediately locked onto her position. What do these guys eat to grow up? They can't even die from falling. Chio Lily was also very irritated. She became even more irritated when she saw the underground gorilla that was as big as a buffalo suddenly change its expression and lock onto her. I want to see what you can do to me. She glared angrily at the ugly underground creature and swayed her body to the sky. She looked down at the level 7 underground creature. Roar! As expected, the level 7 underground gorilla suddenly looked up at Chio Lily's figure in the sky and roared angrily. It squatted and leaped onto the lamppost at the side. Then it bounced onto the tall building beside it and quickly climbed to the top of the building. Chio Lily retreated and rose another height, creating a distance of more than 100 meters between her and the underground creature on the top of the building. Even though Chio Lily was in front of it, the level 7 underground gorilla could only roar at Chiu Lily unwillingly. It couldn't be helped, as the enemy's position was too high. No matter how strong its jumping ability was, it couldn't jump more than 100 meters. Moreover, Chiu Lily was high up in the sky, where the airflow was several times faster than on the ground. Hence, Chiu Lily scent faded and almost disappeared. The level 7 gorilla quickly gave up the idea of attacking Chiu Lily. Then it stood on the top of the building and looked left and right. It realized that there was no enemy worthy of it, so it lifted its head and stared in the direction of the base. Then it leaped down from a corner of the building and dived in the direction of the base. Roar! Suddenly, there was a roar of a beast, and a black shadow flashed in the dark night. When the underworld creature landed, it blocked the way to the human base. The huge Black Panther's entire body was covered in glossy and smooth black fur. In the dark night, only a pair of glowing pupils flashed. It was supposed to be like that. However, there were a few deep claw marks on the back of the Black Panther, and black blood stained its black fur. Lin Kuei's eyes flashed fiercely. He bared his teeth and roared at the underground creature that was glowing in red light. Roar! The underground gorilla seemed to understand the warning in his roar and responded. However, its voice was full of disdain and even provoked Lin Kuei. Oh. Lin Kuei's Black Panther was already showing its teeth. After hearing the opponent provoking it, its facial features contorted into a more sinister and terrifying expression. It bent its front limbs slightly and lowered its body. It stared at the opponent while its tail swayed rhythmically from side to side. This was the movement of a feline before launching an attack. Just as the two beasts confronted each other, a level 7 underground gorilla dashed out from the side. It waved its claws at Lin Kuei's big Black Panther without a care in the world. Whoosh, bang! The Black Panther leaped back quickly and nimbly avoided the sneak attack of the level 7 underground creature. However, after he avoided the first one, another pounced on him in midair. Seeing that the big Black Panther was about to be slashed by the gleaming claws, Lin Kuei only had time to twist his body in midair to avoid his vital parts. At this moment, a tornado suddenly appeared from the side and swept him away. In the next second, the Black Panther was swept to the rooftop of a nearby building while Chiu Lily appeared beside him. The leader seems to be in danger, Chiu Lily said with a frown as she watched the battle between Lin Xiao and the level 8 underground creature. The Black Panther turned its head to take a look. If the leader hadn't suddenly stopped controlling the abilities, these underground creatures wouldn't have recovered so suddenly. Without her restraints, these creatures had no scruples. Chapter 1003. Black Panther looked quietly in Lin Xiao's direction, but at that moment, a paw suddenly reached out and stroked his head twice. Wow, you're a shapeshifter adept. So cute. Big cat. Chiu Lily's eyes lit up as she looked at Lin Kuei's furry head. She rubbed her hands over it a few more times. Chiu Lily didn't want to let go of the soft fur. She liked animals as well, but her hobby was different from other girls. Others liked small animals, but she liked big ones. It was big and wild, but it was strangely cute. But in the pre-apocalyptic world, big wild animals were rare. Even if you saw one, you might not be able to touch it. So when she saw the panther, she couldn't tell who Lin Kuei was from his aura. She thought it was a wild mutant panther, but if they knew each other, it would be great. They could directly touch them. She didn't know he could change into a cat. Therefore, Lin Kuei was a little stunned by her little hand that was rubbing his head. They say you can't touch a woman's waist, but a man's head. He wasn't in human form, but a cat's head. Puffed. A panther's head couldn't be touched. He was a male. All right. Was she flirting with him? The number of zombies in the surroundings gradually increased. A portion of them surged towards the battlefield of zombies and exotic beasts, while a portion of them surged towards the direction of the base, separating the two sides. If the underground creatures defeated Lin Xiao and the others, they'd have to get past the wall of zombies to get to the base. Just then, several figures appeared on the outskirts of Skyfire Base. But aside from the one at the front, the others were lifeless. The one at the front was the only one. He wore a long black trench coat and a black hat on his head. His shoulder-length hair hung messily under the hat, almost covering his entire face in his hair. His build was that of a man, and he wasn't short, at least 8 meters. The unidentified man walked through Skyfire Base's safe zone in the dark of the night. Behind him were 6 lifeless men. Step by step, he made his way to the base. Several groups of patrolling soldiers passed by, but none of them noticed their presence. After these people took a few steps, their figures suddenly disappeared. When they reappeared, they were on the roof of one of Skyfire's buildings. Li Jingye had just walked out of the bathroom on the 2nd floor and was about to walk back to his bedroom when he suddenly stopped. His eyes flashed as he looked down at the staircase. Then, he returned to his bedroom as if nothing had happened. However, when he came out, he was not wearing pajamas, but a set of ordinary home clothes. After Li Jingye came out, he walked downstairs. When he was halfway down the stairs, he saw a person sitting on the sofa in his dark living room. His face and clothes could not be seen clearly. Li Jingye turned on the lights in the living room. After looking at that person, he smiled and said, "Oh, you're back so soon? I thought it would be another 2 months before you came back. How is it? You got it." The man took off his hat, revealing a gloomy face. His facial features were originally quite tough, but his temperament and messy long hair had forcibly softened a large part of his femininity. The man's eyes were cold, and his lips were tightly pressed together when Li Jingye asked, "No, he's a 9th-level talent. No one can stop him when he goes berserk." His voice was clear and pleasant to the ear, as if he hadn't spoken in a long time. Li Jingye paused. Then his face darkened with displeasure. "What? If you didn't get him, then why did you come back so early? Didn't I say I wanted his energy core? If I can't get it, I can't let anyone from China or Green Mountain get it." The long-haired man looked at him coldly. "He's not dead, so no one can get his core. If we can't get it, no one else can. So you're giving up and coming back so soon?" Li Jingye looked back at him coldly and snorted. "When did I say I'm giving up? I just said no one can stop him now." The man looked at him calmly and then looked away. "Then you?" Li Jingye was slightly stunned, and his temperature returned to normal. He looked at him in confusion. The long-haired man suddenly smiled evilly and said, "I brought you a gift." He clapped his hands as he spoke. 5 or 6 people walked in and stood in a row in front of the 2 of them. Li Jingye looked up, and his eyes suddenly froze. He looked at the man in shock. These people are dead. These people's eyes were gray and dead, and there was no aura coming from them. Their skin looked pale, and there were dark circles around their eyes. Their lips were purple, and they looked like people who had died from poisoning. But Li Jingye had seen them walk in. That's right. If they were dead, why could they still walk? "They are dead, but they are not dead," the long-haired man said. Li Jingye looked at him in confusion. "What do you mean? Are you talking about them?" The long-haired man shook his head. "No, there are just a few of them. Many of them are outside the base, and it is not convenient for them to come in. These few are the ones whose subconscious is the closest to the original, and they're also the strongest. Furthermore, I brought back an unexpected piece of news for you." Li Jingye looked at him and then at the living dead. "What news?" "No, you should clarify this first." The long-haired man said, "Can't you see? They were infected by the zombie virus and died. But they still have some scattered memories and subconscious before they died, and they can even understand some of my simple instructions." He waved his hand again and gestured for them to leave. The 5 or 6 living dead immediately turned around and left, walking like normal people. Li Jingye's expression was slightly silent, and he suddenly realized something. Then how do you want to use them? Although they had all become zombies, their movements were the same as ordinary people, as long as they put some decorations on their faces. As long as they put some decorations on their faces, they might be able to sneak into other bases and do things secretly. Not to mention anything else, it would be good to infect them with the zombie virus. If there was anything that humans were afraid of nowadays, the virus was definitely the number one. So if it caused internal panic and caused some trouble secretly, the result could be imagined. Just thinking of this, Li Jingye's eyes gradually lit up. Their role is not just to sneak into other bases to spread the virus. They have a better use. The long-haired man's eyes flashed. Chapter 1004. Li Jingye was surprised by the light in his eyes and looked at him. Oh, what else can it do? The long-haired man revealed a slightly proud smile. Their fighting strength is 3 times stronger than when they were alive. They can also control ordinary zombies and use them as bombs. If we can create such an army and use them on the battlefield, then not only will we not have to be afraid of other bases, but we will also not have to be afraid of zombie attacks. Li Jingye was a bit hesitant. It's fine if you say they are bombs, but you want them to control ordinary zombies? Is that even possible? The long-haired man said, why not? We just need to control them. Let them control the other zombies. However, we still need more of these death warriors to help us expand our army. That's why I'll leave the method for you to handle. I continue to keep an eye on that level 9 maniac to see when he would die. He's been crazy for a few months. I can feel that the energy in his body is being consumed very quickly. Once the energy in his body is exhausted, his life force will continue to be depleted. Li Jingye's eyes lit up. Oh, so you're saying that it won't take long. Will he die? The long-haired man's eyes flashed, and he raised a hand to his eyes. He clasped his fingers together, then looked at his own hand and said, when his body no longer has the energy to support his berserk state, his body may directly explode with a bang. As he said that, he suddenly opened his 5 fingers and made an explosion gesture. Li Jingye also revealed a look of joy and nodded. All right, I'll help you with this matter, but you have to find a way to get your hands on that 9th grade energy core. Even if I can't let anyone else get it. The long-haired man nodded. I know. Li Jingye then asked him what to do next. The direction that the long-haired man gave him was to give him a bunch of drugs, and then let him find a group of ability users, and then inject the drugs and blood taken from the zombies into the bodies of these ability users, and then it would be done. However, he had to find someone who wasn't willing, because someone who wasn't willing would have a very strong resistance or the kind of obsession that wouldn't rest in peace. After they become zombies, they will retain a trace of their human subconscious. However, this trace of their subconscious would not allow them to be clear-headed and distinguish between right and wrong. It was just to make it easier for them to accept the commands of humans. So, where did you get these people from? Li Jingye asked the long-haired man. The group that had just appeared didn't look like they were from Skyfire. The long-haired man only smiled coldly and said, if you want to find someone who has the mentality to resist, of course, you have to find the ability users from other bases. That group just now is from Qingshan base, and the group outside is from China. Li Jingye, however, smirked at him and said, if you keep acting like this, Sikong Chun and that blue land will kill you sooner or later. Aren't you afraid? The long-haired man sneered disdainfully. There are many people who want to kill me, but they have to find me first. Oh, by the way, I just said that I have a message for you. It's the female leader of the new base in Huadong. Did you know that she's actually a zombie? Don't you find it unbelievable? Li Jingye was stunned when he heard that. Then he immediately widened his eyes and looked at him in disbelief. What? Are you kidding me? She doesn't look like a zombie at all. Do you think I believe that? The long-haired man looked at him calmly. It's up to you whether you believe it or not. I haven't confirmed whether the information is true or not. But I suggest that if you're sure she's a zombie, don't leak the information. The best thing to do is capture her. The long-haired man's eyes, which were covered by his long hair on both sides of his forehead, lit up with a strange light. He was very excited and very curious, but also had a strong, ruthless, and bloody crazed look. If she really is a zombie, then she's worth far more than what we've got. Think about it. A female zombie that looks like a human, can speak, and is strong enough to build a new base. She's also so beautiful. How can we let such a special female zombie disappear? Li Jingye looked at the long-haired man with a strange expression. It was a mixture of fear and helplessness. All right, I understand. But first we need to know if what you're saying is true. Where did you get this information? He asked. I overheard it from Lan Lu. The long-haired man's expression disappeared, and he answered calmly. Then Lan Lu also knows? Then he still dares to cooperate with this base? Li Jingye looked doubtful. The long-haired man looked at him and said, this Lan Lu knows more than us. If I hadn't been keeping an eye on him recently, I wouldn't have accidentally heard about this. You don't need to worry about this. Just go and find out if it's true or not before making a decision. At this time in Qingshan's temporary base, Lan Lu, Chang Qingqing, and Hudaba were sitting together with a worried expression. If this news gets out, it won't be good for Miss Lu's situation, Chang Qingqing said with a frown. If she can hide it well, then they won't know if I'm telling the truth or not. At that time, we'll spread the news and say it's fake. We should be able to hide it, Lan Lu said with a bitter smile. I hope she can cooperate with us, but we're too far away from the base. The information is a bit slow, Chang Qingqing said. They had to send the information to the base to the female zombie leader. Of course, this information couldn't be known by the person who accidentally got the news from Lan Lu, so they couldn't just fly a helicopter over. Roar, roar, roar. You leaked the information yourself. Think of a way yourself. Hudaba rolled his eyes at Lan Lu. Anyway, hurry up and find a suitable person to send out. Not only do we need to inform Miss Lu, but we also need to inform Wu Chunyue in Haiqin. If we don't tell him, when he finds out that we leaked his wife's identity, he'll kill me. Lan Lu looked at the other two with a sad face. Hudaba looked at the ceiling, indicating that he didn't care about this. If it was their own trouble, then they should deal with it themselves. Chang Qingqing frowned slightly and thought about it. How about we let Lei Cheng and Ingyue go? With Early Eye's speed, although it's not as fast as a plane, it's the fastest way on land. Lan Lu sighed and said, Sigh, that's the only way. But if Early Eye has to carry 2 people at the same time, it'll be a bit strenuous. Only one can go. Then Ingyue. The main purpose of this mission is to send information. Ingyue has the space element. Although she's a bit weaker, her escape skills are better than Lei Cheng's. Chang Qingqing nodded. Chapter 1005. Lin Xiao, who was fighting with a level 8 underworld creature, didn't know that his identity had been leaked by Lan Lu. However, the other party was skeptical. If it was someone else, they wouldn't believe Lan Lu. However, Lan Lu met someone with a screw loose. Bang. Lin Xiao was once again swept by the claw of the level 8 underground creature, and his body was sent flying. She flew out and crashed into a building beside her, creating a hole in the wall. Cough. Lin Xiao spat out a mouthful of black blood. She immediately dashed out of the building. Boom! After she dashed out, the level 8 creature smashed into the building where Lin Xiao had crashed into. Rumble! The entire building, which was only 3 stories high, was completely destroyed by it. Lin Xiao sighed. Sure enough, she was still too weak. Although she was a level 7 zombie and a level 2 king, her strength hadn't recovered yet. The opponent was a level 8 mutated beast that could go berserk. That was comparable to a level 9 zombie. Terrifying. That was why she was being beaten up like a sandbag. Most of her energy had been dispersed to the bodies of the underground creatures. Her image was pitiful. The others were also in a worse state than her. Only Chio Lily wasn't as pitiful as she was in the sky. These creatures didn't have long-range skills and couldn't attack her. However, the Black Panther on the ground was also pitiful. The claw wounds on its back increased. Its ear was cut. If it wasn't for Chio Lily's timely help, its entire right ear would have been cut off. Elmar then transformed and joined in as well. However, she had a broken bone and her movements were slow. She couldn't deal with the big ones, so she could only deal with the small ones. After the level 8 creature destroyed the building, it saw that Lin Xiao had slipped away. It became impatient and stood on the ruins to sniff in Lin Xiao's direction. Suddenly, it turned its head and sniffed in the direction of the base. Lin Xiao saw its expression and knew that things weren't good. Sure enough, the level 8 creature raised its head and roared. Roar, 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 roar. The other underground creatures responded to its roar and left the zombies behind to go to their leader. As for the zombies that were thrown down, they were all covered in wounds. Although it wouldn't take their lives, they looked quite miserable. At this time, Yuan Tianxing, Lin Feng, and the others who were standing on the walls of the Universal Base were also very anxious because of the information they received from the battlefield. However, they did not have any practical means of attack, so they could not go out and help at all. They were not as strong as zombies and did not have immortal bodies. If they went, they would only be a burden to Lin Xiao and the others and increase their death rate. It was precisely because Lin Xiao did not want to see such a situation that he did not let these weak humans join the battle. Therefore, they could only evacuate those who could not fight as quickly as possible while paying close attention to the situation on the battlefield. This is bad. Leader won't be able to hold them off for long. Li Zheng had just returned from the front of the battlefield and said to Yuan Tianxing anxiously. Lin Feng, who was beside him, immediately asked, "Report the details." Li Zheng said, "Originally, the leader's ability was able to restrain the underground creatures, but the level 8 leader was too strong after going berserk. The leader couldn't deal with it and restrain the other underground creatures at the same time. Therefore, she cut off her control over them. Now that Xiu Lily and the others are all injured, and even the leader is being abused, those things are very impatient. Now a large number of zombies are gathering between our base and the battlefield. It won't take long to stop them." Yuan Tianxing glanced at Lin Feng, and Lin Feng nodded. "Let's go now," even though she doesn't want to ask him for help. Although she's not very willing to ask for his help, we can't just watch them fight in front of us. Looking for our leader? No need. He's already here. At this time, a voice suddenly interrupted. Yuan Tianxing and the others turned their heads and saw that Haiqing's Xiao Yunlong had appeared in their group. "You said Leader Wu is here?" Seeing him, everyone was stunned for a moment and quickly reacted. They immediately revealed a surprised smile. Xiao Yunlong smiled and said, "Of course he is here. If he doesn't come, his wife will be gone." Everyone, suddenly, they did not know what to say. When Lin Xiao saw that these underground creatures were beginning to lose interest in the zombies, she felt that something was wrong and immediately rushed forward again. She controlled all the energy in her body into a dark fire and waved it at the level 8 underground creature. A black lotus the size of a wash basin immediately turned into several strands of black fire that spread out and rushed towards the level 8 underground creature. It drilled into its mouth, nose, and ears and quickly dispersed in its body. Roar dash. After this black fire drilled into its body, the attack speed was worlds apart from the one that Lin Xiao had casually thrown out. But even so, Lin Xiao still felt that her dark fire was suppressed in her body and could not move. The level 8 underground creature stopped and gathered its energy to attack her dark fire. The red light on its body flickered intensely. Its whole body was bent as if it was using a lot of strength. Roar dash. However, the other underground creatures knocked away the surrounding zombies and continued to rush in the direction of the base. Lin Xiao's ability was only in a stalemate for half a minute when the level 8 giant creature suddenly stood up. Roar dash. Then the red light on its body burst into a dazzling brilliance. Poof! Lin Xiao felt that all the energy that she had placed on the creature was devoured. The empty feeling in her body caused the blood in her chest to gush out. Roar! The level 8 underground creature turned to look at her and leaped towards her in a flash. It wanted to trample her to death. Bang! Boom! At this time, a half-meter-thick lightning bolt that looked like the root of a plant suddenly struck the giant underground creature leader that had just leaped into the air. Bang! Roar dash! The underground creature leader roared in pain and was smashed to the ground. He fell to the ground and smelled of something burning. However, after the first bolt of lightning struck down, a dozen more bolts of lightning followed, blasting the other guerrillas who were rushing towards the base a few hundred meters away to the ground. When Lin Xiao saw the underground creature leader leap up, she wanted to prop up her body and dodge. But suddenly, a pair of arms carried her up, and she fell into the arms of a man. In the blink of an eye, he had already appeared in another location. Chapter 1006. Lin Xiao breathed a sigh of relief when she smelled the familiar scent. But she said in surprise, "Huh? Did they inform you to come so early? It seems like it's not the right time yet." Wu Chengyue had a smile on his face, but the light in his eyes was a bit dangerous. "Not when? Do they want to wait until you turn from a complete zombie into a broken zombie before they call me? Although the female zombie's mouth and chest reeked of blood, he found that her body didn't have any major injuries. However, his heart, which was hanging high in the air, did not relax. He saw from afar that she couldn't dodge in time, and the monster was about to trample her flat. His whole body was instantly wrapped in a kind of panic, and he almost instinctively raised his hand to attack the giant beast. But now, this female zombie actually said that he came at the wrong time. It was so infuriating. If he didn't appear in time, wouldn't she have been trampled into a pile of meat, and then waiting for him to collect her body? Thinking of that scene, Wu Qingyue's whole body began to become violet. Lin Xiao heard his words and felt the fluctuation of his breath again. She said hesitantly in her heart, "So they didn't actually inform you to come? Put me down first. Since you're here, please help me get rid of this big guy." This man didn't let go of her, so Lin Xiao could only ask him to put her down. Wu Qingyue put her down, and the two of them were standing on the roof of a building. He looked at her coldly. "Together? Do you think you can still fight?" Don't think that he didn't feel that her energy had been used up. Lin Xiao's mouth twitched with some guilt, and she couldn't help but look at him and said, "It's berserk now. Do you think you can get rid of it by yourself?" Wu Qingyue looked at her, and the beautiful smile on the corner of his mouth was somewhat inexplicable. But a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes, and he said, "At least a little stronger than you." Then he suddenly waved his hand without raising his head. Boom dash! A huge silver lightning struck down from the sky, accurately hitting the level 8 underground creature that had just recovered a little. Roar dash Lin Xiao. She had to admit that this man's ability seemed to be a little stronger. It seemed like he was preparing to break through. Boom! 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 The surrounding thunderbolts fell continuously, targeting the level 5 and above underground creatures. When the first lightning appeared, Chiu Lily and the other zombies were relieved. This was because they all knew that apart from their leader, only Wu Qingyue could deal with these creatures that crawled out of the ground. After being struck twice, the level 8 underground gorilla was dumbfounded. But when lightning struck it for the third time, the level 8 underground gorilla was stunned. However, it managed to dodge in time. Umph, humph, humph, humph. Roar. It shook its charred head a few times, and when it woke up, it immediately bared its teeth at Wu Qingyue and roared at him. It was obvious that she was angered by his 2 strikes. The other underworld creatures that were struck by lightning had their red lights dimmed. When they heard the roar of the level 8 underworld creature, they roared in resonance. Roar, roar, roar. Roar. Waves of roars rushed towards Wu Qingyue. If it was an ordinary person, their spiritual consciousness would have been shattered by these roars. However, Wu Qingyue and Lin Xiao didn't feel anything. Instead, Lin Xiao heard that these things were angry. "They are angry," Lin Xiao said, in surprise. When she used her ability to deal with them, she didn't see any signs of anger from these creatures. "Stay here and don't move." After Wu Qingyue said this to her, he rushed out in a flash, and a dark thunder pressure came from the sky. Boom, boom, boom. Lightning flashed in the dark clouds and struck the underworld creature from time to time. Although they were struck by lightning, the higher level ones wouldn't die immediately. However, the red lights on their bodies flickered and temporarily lost their fighting power. Those that were level 5 and below were directly killed by the lightning. Roar! Wu Qingyue's lightning power made the level 8 underworld creature furious and fearful at the same time. It roared and leaped towards Wu Qingyue. The huge figure was like a giant light beast. It pounced in front of Wu Qingyue with a red light and slashed at him with its steel blade-like claws. The level 8 underworld gorilla was very fast. It moved in front of Wu Qingyue the moment the wind blew. He opened his mouth and roared at him. At the same time, he attacked. The beast's roar was to scare its target or to distract them. It was indeed very useful for weak prey. Wu Qingyue wasn't unaffected. At least, his ears were a little shaken. However, he didn't stop and dodged. At the same time, he released another lightning strike at the level 8 underworld creature. Boom! This time, the level 8 underworld creature nimbly dodged his attack. He was hit twice by Wu Chengyue just now because he was ambushed by Wu Chengyue. Wu Chengyue's attack couldn't lock on to the underworld creature. Both sides immediately started fighting fiercely. Wu Chengyue's lightning struck continuously, causing sparks and dust to fly everywhere. From time to time, there would be flashes of light in the dark night. The huge red light of the underworld creature was also covered in a red light, leaving red shadows in its path. Every time it attacked, it used its huge claws to smash houses and countless mutated plants in the surroundings. Soon, this area collapsed and became a mess, turning into piles of ruins. Flames were burning everywhere due to the explosions of the lightning. Lin Xiao stood on the roof and looked at Wu Chengyue fighting the level 8 underworld creature to a draw. She looked at Wu Chengyue in surprise. On the other side, Qiu Lily waved her hand. A few tornadoes swept a few level 5 underworld creatures in front of her up 200 meters into the air and threw them back down. Bang, bang, bang. The bodies of these level 5 underworld creatures weren't as tough as the level 7 ones. Although they didn't fall apart after falling, they suffered some internal injuries. Before they could recover, they were swept up by Qiu Lily again and fell again. Bang, bang, bang. After falling 3 or 4 times, these creatures couldn't get up anymore. Qiu Lily stood on the roof and looked at the corpse of the gorilla that she had fallen to death. She complained speechlessly. It took 4 falls to kill a level 5-1. What do these things eat to grow up? Lin Xiao, the big black leopard, sat beside her and wagged his tail. He raised his front paw and looked at it with a trace of helplessness in his eyes. Chapter 1007. Although Wu Chengyue was alone, he managed to subdue the level 8 berserk creature. The situation turned around. Lin Xiao watched the battle for a while and knew that the level 8 creature couldn't leave the battlefield for the time being. Lin Xiao watched the battle for a while and knew that the level 8 creature couldn't leave the battlefield for the time being. She was grateful for Wu Chengyue's arrival. At the same time, the strange feelings that she suppressed in the corner of her heart started to stir. Looking at the figure of the other party, this man was really strong. She had to admit that. However, this powerful man gradually poured more and more feelings into her. The influence on her heart gradually became more and more frequent. Lin Xiao retracted her gaze and took a deep breath. She turned to look at the other underground creatures. The number of underworld creatures had increased because their companions had joined them. Although they were surrounded by a large number of zombies, the claws and teeth of the zombies had no effect on them. Moreover, these creatures were extremely strong. With a wave of their claws, they could sweep away a group of zombies. Fortunately, there were many zombies. If the human wave tactic didn't work, there was still the human wall tactic. Lin Xiao stretched out her hands and began to sense the powers that she had left in the bodies of the other underground creatures. She used her own powers to control them. The nether fire in the body of the nearest level 6 underground creatures surged and began to absorb the powers of these creatures. Roar! The level 6 underground gorilla let out a panicked roar and began to scratch its chest. Soon, the situation began to spread to the other underground creatures. Dozens of level 5 and level 6 underground creatures began to scratch its chest. Qiu Lily, Elmar, and the others had been counterattacked for a while and were all injured. There weren't many left with combat power, but Qiu Lily and Lin Kuei were the 2 who were in the best condition. Lin Xiao looked around and suddenly dashed out. If she didn't focus on the level 8 monster, she would have other ways to deal with the level 6 and level 7 underground creatures. A level 7 underground gorilla the size of a buffalo was scratching its chest with its sharp claws. The red light on its body flickered intermittently. Lin Xiao suddenly appeared on its neck and wrapped his legs around its neck. He then hugged the head of the underground creature. In the next second, she and the underground creature disappeared at the same time. After a few seconds, Lin Xiao appeared beside another level 7 underworld creature. Using the same method, the level 7 underground creature was once again captured into the space. Apart from the 5 at the beginning and the few that joined later, there were a total of 10 level 7 underworld creatures. At this time, these rank 7 creatures were being tortured by Lin Xiao's Hellfire ability. They didn't even notice her movements as they were brought into the space. Wow, leader, are you planning to raise them all into space? Xiao Lily's eyes widened when she saw Lin Xiao's actions. She's much stronger in the space than she is in the outside world. If it wasn't for the fact that she had to pin down that level 8 beast, she would have been able to do so. Leader could have thrown these things into the space forest a long time ago. The black forest leopard swung his thick black tail and stood up. He walked to her side and opened his mouth to speak human language. Xiao Lily nodded thoughtfully. I see. The two of them shifted their gazes to the other side where the thunder was rumbling. They saw that the Class 8 giant beast was madly chasing after Wu Qingyue. From time to time, it would be struck by Wu Qingyue's lightning. But its body structure was really strong. It had been struck by Wu Qingyue several times. Besides the flickering red light, there was no injury on its body. Wu Qingyue raised his eyebrows. He suddenly raised his hands and put his palms together as if he was hugging something. Suddenly, he pulled down. Clank! Boom! A huge thunderclap resounded. This thunderclap was very loud. It was so loud that the surrounding zombies and underworld creatures stopped and looked up at the sky instinctively. They saw a lightning beam, at least one, 5 meters thick, descending from the sky towards the huge underground creature. Roar! The level 8 gorilla stopped and looked up at the sky with a vigilant expression. As soon as it looked up, the lightning beam fell on its head. It didn't even have time to dodge. Boom! The earth trembled as the lightning struck down. It blasted a huge pit in the middle of the road where the level 8 underground creature was. The level 8 gorilla was also blasted into the bottom of the pit. Roar! The level 8 gorilla let out a shrill scream. It was obvious that the lightning beam caused significant damage to it. Wu Qingyue flashed to the edge of the pit, and the second lightning beam fell. At this time, the level 8 giant beast at the bottom of the pit hadn't recovered from the previous attack. It was struck by another lightning beam that was 1 meter thick. Woo! When it was hit by the first lightning beam, the level 8 underground creature was already injured. When the second lightning beam fell on it, the huge body of the level 8 underground creature lay in the pit and couldn't get up, but still struggled to stand up and didn't want to admit defeat. Wu Qingyue expressionlessly glanced around and found that the figure of the female zombie had disappeared. At the same time, there were a dozen level 7 underground creatures. He frowned slightly. Was that female zombie going to deal with so many underground creatures by herself? Could she deal with them? It should be about the same. It seemed that her flame ability was also very effective against these things. Wu Qingyue originally trusted Lin Xiao's strength, but considering that she hadn't recovered to her peak and that she had caught 10 level 7 underground creatures at once, it was hard for him not to worry. It wasn't just 1 or 2. It was hard for him not to worry. At this time, the 10 level 7 underground creatures that Lin Xiao threw into the spatial forest were standing still with their noses and ears stretched out vigilantly. They were sniffing and listening as if they were trying to identify the location. The unfamiliar smell and the smell of their own kind had disappeared. This made them panic. Lin Xiao quietly landed on a tree in the middle of the forest and sat on top of the tree. She sat on top of the tree with her eyes closed and started to control the power of the space to suppress the 10 underground creatures. At the same time, she used her ability to control the dark fire in their bodies and quickly extracted their energy to transform it into her own. Roar, roar, roar. Immediately, furious roars of beasts could be heard coming from the forest. Outside the forest, Mo Yin and the female zombie looked at the direction of the forest in confusion. They didn't know what Lin Xiao was doing. And the herd of sheep and roe deer on the other side of the lake were immediately frightened after hearing the roars. If they didn't run away, they would just lie down on the grass and shiver with their heads buried in their hands. Chapter 1008. With the support of the space, Lin Xiao controlled the death flame to devour the energy of these creatures with ease. With the energy of these creatures, the originally empty energy in her zombie core gradually began to recover a little. Wu Chengyue was keeping an eye on the most dangerous and terrifying monster in the outside world. The other level 7 zombies were kept in the space by Lin Xiao, leaving only level 6 and below. But for the other zombies besides Qiu Lily and Lin Quan, they were still difficult to deal with. Qiu Lily flew the level 6 zombie into the sky and fell down. If it was too low, it wouldn't die. If it was too high, it would adjust its posture in midair. When it fell to the ground, not only was it not injured, but it could also land safely. Roar Dash, at this moment, when it was suppressed by Wu Chengyue in the deep pit and struck by lightning. The underground creature suddenly roared and flashed left and right at the bottom of the pit. Then it dragged its body out of the pit. After it roared, the surrounding underground creatures turned around and retreated. They are retreating. Qiu Lily's eyes suddenly lit up. Lin Quan used her claws to press a level 5 underground creature to the ground and flipped it over. Then, she lifted her claws and clawed at the weak belly of the creature. Puff Dash. Even if it was a belly, the skin of these creatures was still very tough. Lin Kuei's powerful claws only left a few shallow wounds. It didn't even break the stomach of the level 5 underground creature. There wasn't much blood flowing out of the wounds. Only a little bit of blood oozed out before it stopped automatically. However, Lin Kuei immediately bared his teeth and bit the wounds. Then he pinned down the struggling creature with his 4 legs and started biting. He tore his belly open and used his claws to stab into the torn wound and clawed fiercely. Roar Dash. The pain in its abdomen made the level 5 underground creature struggle with all its might. But no matter how it struggled, it was easily held down by Lin Kuei. Soon, its stomach was bleeding from Lin Kuei's bite, and its intestines were dug out. The surrounding underground creatures began to retreat in the direction they came from, but it wasn't so easy for the level 8 underground creature to leave. Rumble, continuous lightning bolts blasted towards it. Although it didn't matter if 1 or 2 slashes landed on its body, it was still very painful to be continuously struck like this. The level 8 underground creature realized that as long as there was a food that could release lightning, it wouldn't be able to bring its brethren forward. Since they couldn't win, they could only retreat. That was why the level 8 creature gave the order to retreat, and its subordinates, who were weaker than it, disappeared. This made it very fearful. Of course, Wu Qinghua wouldn't let it run away just like that, lest it came out again. As a result, the number of lightning bolts that fell immediately increased, and the power of each bolt was enough to blow up a small building. However, it only left a fist-sized wound on the body of the level 8 underground creature. But at this time, its body was full of such wounds. Although they weren't fatal, they were still very painful. The level 8 underground gorilla didn't want to bother with Wu Chengyue. It just wanted to leave this place as soon as possible or escape from the attack of its prey. But no matter how it dodged, the other party followed it closely and bombarded it with lightning bolts. The level 8 underground gorilla started to become irritable. Along with its irritation, the red light on its body began to shine intensely. The color became brighter and brighter, from red to orange, from orange to orange, then to yellow, and finally to yellowish white. Wu Qinghua had a premonition that this huge creature might launch a skill attack, so he was prepared to retreat cautiously. At this moment, the light on the 10-meter-tall creature suddenly shot a light beam with a diameter of 1 meter that shone directly on Wu Chengyue. Wu Chengyue felt his mind shake when the yellowish-white light shone on him, and his consciousness suddenly blurred. The level 8 underground creature only shone on him for 2 seconds before withdrawing the light. Then, it quickly turned around and avoided him, leaping tens of meters in the direction of the previous hole. Wu Chengyue, who was left behind, stood motionless and didn't continue to release lightning bolts. The thunder clouds in the sky began to gradually disperse. Wu Qingyue didn't move, so no one could continue to stop the level 8 underground creature. Soon, its huge figure disappeared into the night. The surrounding underworld creatures also dived into the water. The group of zombies that had received Lin Xiao's order chased after them. Qiu Lily discovered Wu Qingyue's situation after she killed a level 6 zombie with great difficulty. She saw that he was suddenly standing still and didn't care that the level 8 underground creature had run away. She immediately flashed in front of him, intending to ask him what was going on. Did you let it run away? Or you couldn't stop it? But Wu Qingyue didn't respond to her after she asked. Qiu Lily realized that although he was standing, his eyes were closed. She didn't know what he was doing. Hey. Qiu Lily raised her small hand and waved it in front of his face. At this time, the energy in Wu Qingyue's body suddenly became irritable. Oh no! Qiu Lily suddenly screamed, and her figure quickly disappeared in front of Wu Qingyue. When she reappeared, she was already high up in the sky. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! At this time, the thunderclouds above Wu Qingyue's head began to gather again, and there was a faint, dull sound of thunder. Right at this moment, Wu Qingyue's eyes snapped open. However, his pupils were emitting a purple glow. Both of his pupils had turned into amethyst in color. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! The energy in his body overflowed and formed an energy whirlpool with a diameter of 5 meters around him. Everything within 5 meters of Wu Qingyue's feet was twisted into dust and dissipated by his energy. After Wu Qingyue's energy overflowed, the sound of thunder in the sky became more intense. There was a vague feeling that it was about to land, but it didn't. Rumble, rumble, this fella is crazy again. Qiu Lily stared with her ruby-like eyes for a while and suddenly murmured in surprise. Then, she flashed and appeared next to Lin Kuei. What's going on? Lin Kuei lifted his leopard head to look at the sky and asked Qiu Lily in confusion. He originally thought that Wu Qingyue looked quite powerful this time and should be able to deal with that huge monster. Unexpectedly, the monster suddenly shot a ray of light at Wu Qingyue, and Wu Qingyue let it go. Not only did he let it go, but looking at the chaotic explosion of energy around Wu Qingyue, he couldn't have gone crazy, right? But didn't he already go crazy once? Why is there a second time? There must be something wrong with the ray of light shot by the underground creature. Otherwise, why would Wu Qingyue suddenly become like this? Qiu Lily said. Chapter 1009. The zombie and the Black Panther looked at each other. At this time, the other zombies saw that the underground creatures had retreated. They retreated to Qiu Lily's side. Elmar limped on one leg and hopped to Qiu Lily's side. She looked at Lin Kuei and was surprised to see a zombie that could transform into a big fluffy cat. Then she looked at Wu Qingyue and said, "Why does this situation look so familiar?" You'll know why it looks familiar when you get closer, Qiu Lily said calmly. Why'd he suddenly go crazy? And didn't they say that a psychic that has gone crazy once won't go crazy a second time? Elmar said with a puzzled expression. Qiu Lily turned her head and looked around. Then she said with a miserable face, "Wow, all of you are so miserable. How long will it take to cure him?" Apart from herself, there were a few level 5 wind element leaders. Only a few of them were uninjured. All of them were covered in blood, and they had to clean up the blood on their bodies before returning to the base. Lin Kuei's head wasn't injured, but there was a cut on his ear. His back was in a miserable state. He didn't transform back to human form because he had no clothes to wear. He had to transform back naked. The leader put all the level 7 creatures into the space. Can she handle it? Elmar frowned slightly. Qiu Lily nodded confidently. Yes, she can. She's very powerful. But if she comes out and finds out that this guy went crazy again and that big guy ran away, I don't know how she will feel. She will probably laugh at him. Although he didn't fail, he didn't accomplish anything. Elmar was silent for a while before replying with a wicked smile. Does he still have instinctive consciousness? Will it be like last time? Can he still recognize our leader? Qiu Lily suddenly asked. The others looked at her and didn't say anything. At this time, Lin Xiao, who was hiding in the space and devouring the energy of 10 underground creatures, didn't know that the level 8 alien beast he left for Wu Qingyue had run away and that someone was going crazy. Qiu Lily and the others gathered together to watch the retreating underworld creatures and Wu Qingyue, who was standing motionless at the same spot. There was no expression on Wu Qingyue's face. His pupils had turned into a purple crystal color, glowing like 2 stars in the dark night. The clouds above his head were very thick. Lightning snakes flickered in and out of the clouds, but not a single bolt of lightning fell. The energy that burst out from his body only filled a 5-meter radius around him. It did not expand. Wu Qingyue's amethyst eyes were cold, but he slowly moved his gaze left and right, as if he was looking for something. Lin Xiao didn't have to worry about the outside world. He spent 3 hours devouring the 10 underground creatures and burning their corpses before coming out of the space. He thought that when he came out, he would see that the battlefield was over. Even if Wu Qingyue couldn't kill the level 8 underground creature, he should at least be able to chase it away. There was no aura of the underworld creatures. Meanwhile, Qiu Lily and the others were gathered together to watch the show. What happened? How did he become like this? Lin Xiao was stunned when she saw Wu Qingyue's situation. She flashed to Qiu Lily's side and asked in puzzlement, "You're out. It seems that you've cleaned up those guys." Qiu Lily said happily when she saw Lin Xiao. Then she remembered to answer her question. When you entered the space, he was having fun torturing the big guy. Maybe the big guy realized that he was not easy to deal with, so he wanted to run away with his subordinates. But Wu Qingyue stopped him. As a result, the red light on his body turned into white light and shone on him. That's how he became like this. Lin Xiao frowned and asked, "How long has he been like this?" Qiu Lily replied, "More than 3 hours." While they were talking, Wu Qingyue, who had been standing motionless for more than 3 hours, suddenly looked in their direction. That pair of amethyst eyes stared at him intently. "Wow. Oh no, he's looking at us." Qiu Lily and the others tensed up and immediately felt an inexplicable sense of danger. At this time, Lin Xiao had a bad premonition. She subconsciously said, "No way. He's coming again." Sure enough, as soon as she finished speaking, the man who had been standing motionlessly on the ruins suddenly disappeared from where he stood. Then a strong pressure came toward them. They immediately scattered like birds and beasts. The next second, Wu Qingyue's figure appeared where they had scattered. Then, he raised his head and looked in the direction that Lin Xiao had retreated. The pair of cold amethyst eyes stared at Lin Xiao's position with a slightly crazy expression. Wow, he recognized the leader. It's true love. Elmar's figure flashed to a high-voltage electric pole, and she said, "Then there's still hope. Thank goodness." Qiu Lily's figure also flashed on the roof next to them. Seeing that Wu Qingyue's eyes were only locked in Lin Xiao's direction, everyone felt inexplicably relieved. While the others heaved a sigh of relief, Lin Xiao felt a little bitter. Because she had been locked on by Wu Qingyue, under the pressure of the other party's stronger pressure, she could not directly enter the space. What the hell was this situation? Can't he just be fine? Wu Qingyue's figure disappeared again and flashed toward her in the blink of an eye. Lin Xiao tried to enter the space again, but she still could not. She suddenly gave up struggling, but her whole body was still tightly on guard. She wanted to see what was going on with this person now. As long as this person dared to attack her, she better run. Anyway, she could not defeat him. Since she could not enter the space, what else could she do other than run? Just as she was thinking about it, Wu Qingyue immediately appeared in front of her with a somewhat violent energy aura. But strangely, he still maintained a distance of 0.5 meter from her. He just stood in front of her and slightly lowered his head, looking at her with those beautiful amethyst eyes. Lin Xiao. The others? Just as Lin Xiao and the others were confused, Wu Qingyue quietly looked at her for a few seconds, then slightly lowered his head and slightly smelled the aura on her body. Then he raised his hand and slowly touched her face. Lin Xiao. Was he planning to take advantage of her crazy? So he dared to tease her? Then everyone immediately revealed an expression of Oh, so that's how it is. Lin Xiao turned her head to the side and avoided Wu Qingyue's hand. Then she saw that there was a circle of less than 10 meters of zombies standing around, looking like they were watching a show. Her face could not help but turn black. What kind of zombies are these? Can't they just watch the show from a distance? Chapter 10:10. Before Lin Xiao could say anything, Wu Chengyue, who was in front of her, suddenly turned his head and stared at the surrounding zombies. The energy that was originally only revolving around him within 5 meters suddenly expanded and exploded. It was very aggressive as it rushed towards the surrounding zombies. Wow, he's angry. Qiu Lily flashed into the air and let out a strange cry. Although Wu Qingyue's energy repelled other zombies or other creatures getting close to him, he seemed to be very close to Lin Xiao. Seeing the other zombies being swept away by Wu Qingyue's energy, Lin Xiao was speechless as she looked up at the dark sky. The dark clouds above seemed to be dissipating. At this time, Wu Qingyue suddenly reached out and grabbed Lin Xiao's wrist. Then he lifted her hand to the tip of his nose and sniffed. Then he gently pulled her in front of him, leaned forward and slightly lowered his head to sniff Lin Xiao's neck. The familiar sweet scent made his eyes flicker, bright and dark. Even when he was doing these actions, his face was still cold, and even his eyes were cold, but his actions were very gentle. Wu Qingyue's instinctive actions made Lin Xiao slightly uncomfortable. Although she had already experienced this person's instinctive consciousness last time. Although she didn't dislike Wu Qingyue as much now, she also didn't resist him a lot. But she still felt that the current situation between the two of them was a bit strange, as if it was developing in a strange direction. Lin Xiao slightly took a step back, but it was this movement that immediately caused Wu Qingyue to have a slightly excited reaction. As soon as she moved, he suddenly reached out with his other hand and grabbed the back of Lin Xiao's neck, pressing her neck forward. Lin Xiao, who almost collided with his face. The zombies that were forced back by Wu Qingyue curiously guessed Wu Qingyue's actions. What is he doing? Why is he smelling the leader's scent like a puppy? He might be using his instincts to analyze the leader's scent. Anyway, he has no consciousness now. Everything he does is just an instinctive reaction. I think so too. But look at the sky. The thunderclouds have dispersed. It seems that the leader's words had a great effect on him. Lin Xiao, who didn't dare to move after hearing their conversation, thought, "Someone, take this lunatic away." Just as she began to roll her eyes speechlessly, Wu Qingyue's face, which was originally just lowering his head to smell her scent, began to move closer and closer. When a warm breath touched Lin Xiao's neck, her whole body suddenly trembled. A feeling similar to goosebumps spread from the skin of his neck to his heart like an electric current. Lin Xiao immediately felt terrible. Then, when a pair of warm lips kissed her neck, Lin Xiao cursed in her heart. Motherfucker. No way. The kiss on her neck made Lin Xiao want to struggle, but the hand on the back of her neck and the hand holding her hand made her unable to move. Moreover, the other party's body gradually leaned over and began to stick to her body. Qiu Lily, Elmar, and the others were watching from a distant rooftop. Although they were far away, they could see clearly. Wow, what's going on? Qiu Lily stared with her eyes wide open and said curiously. Elmar stood next to her with one leg and raised a hand to cover her eyes. Children shouldn't look. Qiu Lily slapped her hand away. You're the child. Perhaps because the surrounding aura was too chaotic, Wu Qingyue's movements suddenly stopped. He pulled away slightly and then let go of the hand that was holding the back of Lin Xiao's neck. But in the next second, he pulled Lin Xiao and disappeared on the spot. He directly took Lin Xiao away. Oh, he took the leader away, Elmar said, somewhat speechlessly. It's okay. It looks like he won't hurt the leader anyway, Qiu Lily said calmly. Why don't you say that the leader actually has a way to escape on her own? Elmar glanced at her. Qiu Lily turned to look at her and suddenly glanced at her leg. Does it hurt? Elmar, what does that sarcastic look mean? When Lin Xiao was pulled away, She watched helplessly as Wu Changyue took her into the sky and then quickly flew in the direction of Haicheng. Wu Qingyue's speed was very fast, and as soon as he left, he withdrew all the energy in his body. It no longer flowed out, and the thunder in the sky also disappeared. What was going on? Why did this person suddenly bring her to Haicheng? Had he lost his mind, or had he not lost it yet? Why did he bring her to Haicheng? When Lin Xiao and him landed in a familiar small courtyard, Lin Xiao's face darkened again. Oh, very good. This man had already entered a manic state and lost his mind, but he still didn't forget to take her home. What was going on? He actually remembered to go home. The appearance of Wu Qingyue and Lin Xiao immediately attracted the attention of the secret guards around the leader's residence. But when they saw that it was their leader and his wife, they silently pretended not to see them and continued to secretly keep watch. Because Wu Qingyue's state didn't seem to change at first glance, and they were far away, they couldn't see Wu Qingyue's eyes. So they didn't know that their leader was in a strange state. Wu Qingyue looked at his courtyard, then pulled Lin Xiao into the house. He didn't let go. After entering, Wu Qingyue looked left and right, then pulled Lin Xiao to the kitchen, then to the storeroom, then to the bathroom, and so on, as if he was looking for something. Lin Xiao allowed him to hold her hand as she observed his expression. At this moment, Wu Qingyue's face was still expressionless, but his lips were pursed into a straight line. The purple light in his cold eyes began to flicker violently. What was he looking for? Could he be looking for Lingling? Lin Xiao thought about it hesitantly, hesitating whether she should ask. But she was afraid that if she said something, it would agitate him. That wouldn't be good. So she continued to remain silent. She thought about how to wake this guy up. If she didn't wake him up, she wouldn't be able to be free. Was it going to be like the previous time? Was she going to feed him water with her mouth? Her heart was so tired. After Wu Changyue pulled her on the first floor, he suddenly stopped in front of the stairs, then immediately pulled her up to the second floor. He looked around on the second floor, then continued to the third floor. Then, after Wu Qingyue pushed open the door to his room, he suddenly stopped. Lin Xiao looked at his room blankly. It was clean and tidy, and a little too clean. Before she could finish looking at his room, she suddenly felt someone pulling her. Then her body was pushed onto the bed. Bang! The door was slammed shut. Lin Xiao, huh? Wait, what's going on? Weren't you looking for your daughter? So you weren't looking for your daughter, just your bedroom, bastard. Chapter 10-11. Lin Xiao, who felt his body being pushed onto the bed, immediately reacted. Almost at the same time as he fell, he kicked Wu Changyue, who was pouncing on him. Her kick was swift and precise, but her opponent was faster than her and blocked her kick with his hand. In the next second, she was pressed onto the bed. Xiao Lin. 10,000 mutated beasts stampeded across his heart. Wu Qingyue's body pressed tightly against Lin Xiao's and his eyes were fixed on Lin Xiao's face. Then he lowered his head to smell Lin Xiao's scent again. The more he smelled, the more reluctant he was to let go. Lin Xiao's hands were suppressed by him, so he couldn't do anything at all. She wanted to move her feet, but her entire body was pressed down by the other party's sturdy body, and his leg was entwined with hers. The other party's intention was very obvious, which made Lin Xiao's face turn darker and darker. He felt the breath on the skin of his neck and the gentle brush of his lips. Lin Xiao really wanted to kick this person out of the window, but the other party's mind was not clear, and his instinct was like a beast doing what he wanted to do. Although she knew that he had been coveting her, she didn't expect him to only think about doing this with her. Lin Xiao felt angry and helpless. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. In Wu Qingyue's subconscious, Lin Xiao's aura was the one he was most familiar with. Moreover, he had always treated Lin Xiao as his wife and instinctively treated her as his partner. Was it the duty of a partner to carry on the family line and satisfy his needs? So, a certain someone who had been abstinent before, after eating a certain zombie not long ago, that feeling was instinctively remembered by him. Therefore, he could not remember anything else, but he remembered that time when he had sex with Lin Xiao. The memories of that time were too wonderful, so he wanted more. When he was rational, he could still suppress it, but now that he was irrational, he could only follow his instincts. At this time, even if Lin Xiao wanted to use his mouth to transfer the energy lake water into the opponent's mouth, he was temporarily unable to transfer the water into his own mouth, because her hand was being held down. She turned her face sideways, not intending to avoid his face. Anyway, if she didn't think of a way to stop him, she couldn't just stretch her neck and hide somewhere. Or she could only continue doing this so that he would let go of her hand. This way, at least she could use her hand to hold the water in her space in her mouth, and then entice him to drink it. His slightly cold but soft lips gently rubbed against the side of her neck twice, and then imprinted on it. Then, a suction force came from the skin of her neck, bringing with it a numbing sensation that quickly spread to her scalp. Lin Xiao's scalp went numb. A feeling of uncertainty arose in his mind. Her body seemed to be even more sensitive than before. It was just a light kiss. How could it make her scalp tingle? Lin Xiao could feel a very hot temperature from the other party's body. At first, Lin Xiao did not feel anything, but gradually she could clearly feel the heat, and there was a certain thing pressed against her abdomen. Just by smelling her scent, he had become even more aroused. Could it be that her scent had this kind of medicinal effect? Ah, hey, Wu Qingyue, wake up. Are you a dog? Suddenly, Lin Xiao felt a sharp pain on his neck, and he instinctively let out a soft cry. Snapping out of his daze, he turned around to take a look. There was a hint of dissatisfaction on Wu Qingyue's icy face. Xiaolin, what's going on? Can't he make me lose my focus? Wu Qingyue seemed to be a little unhappy with her lack of reaction, so he subconsciously bit her lightly. A purplish-red bite mark immediately appeared on Xiaolin's neck. As soon as she turned her head, two lips immediately pressed against her lips. A hot breath gushed out from the other party's nose and then directly entered Xiaolin's nose. She felt her lips being crushed by his lips and then being sucked twice. Then, a slippery tongue came out of the other party's mouth and licked around her lips. Then, it began to squeeze in her mouth, forcefully prying open her teeth and barging in. It was a familiar feeling, a familiar taste. Wu Qingyue's taste still carried a kind of fragrant and sweet taste of food, and it made her want to take a bite. Lin Xiao's eyes flickered slightly. Although she had no intention of responding to his kiss, she did not reject him anymore. She wanted him to relax and let go of her hand. Soon, Wu Qingyue let go of one of her hands. This was because his hand moved towards her chest and then very roughly began to tear her clothes. Once her hand was free, Xiao Lin hurriedly took out a glass of water. Then, she suddenly turned her face away with force and saved her lips from the other party's mouth. Then, she poured the water in the glass into her mouth. Of course, because of her position, the entire glass of water splashed onto Wu Qingyue's bed, except for the mouthful that entered Lin Xiao's mouth. After putting the glass into her space, she immediately used her free hand to tilt Wu Qingyue's face, and then leaned forward to kiss his lips. Light up. Those who want to see the middle of the plot enter the group. At daybreak, Lin Xiao woke up when a ray of sunlight shone into her eyes. She squinted her eyes and then opened them. After a few seconds of confusion, she turned her head to look out the window. However, when she moved, she found that her whole body was lying on her stomach, and her back felt like it was being pressed down by a mountain. The memory of last night instantly came back to her mind. Lin Xiao moved her hands and feet, and found that her movements were a bit like a turtle carrying a heavy shell, paddling its limbs in the water. She could move her hands and feet, but her body couldn't. Or was she more like the monkey that was pressed under the five-finger mountain? After moving a bit, she felt that someone's thing was actually still buried in her body. Lin Xiao's face darkened. She suddenly turned around and flipped the person on her back. Then she added a kick. Plop, ahem. A muffled groan mixed with the muffled sound of a heavy object falling to the ground rang out in the room in the early morning. Lin Xiao sat up, wrapped herself in the bedsheet on Wu Qingyue's bed, and got off the bed to enter the bathroom. She didn't even look at Wu Qingyue, who sat up from the ground with a confused look on his face. Wu Chengyue sat on the floor beside the bed in a daze, lying on the bed. After watching Lin Xiao enter the bathroom with the bedsheet wrapped around her body, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. In fact, after doing it once last night, he was already a bit clear-headed. He clearly remembered the feeling of the 2 times after that. After standing up, he found his underwear and trousers and put them on. He simply tidied up the messy bed, took a set of clothes from the wardrobe, and walked out of his bedroom. After Lin Xiao took a bath and put on the clothes she took out from her space, she saw that Wu Chengyue was already well-dressed and sitting on the sofa in the bedroom, looking at her with a smile. Chapter 10-12. Lin Xiao pursed her lips, turned around, and walked straight to the door. As she walked, she said, "It was an accident. Don't think too much." When she said this, her eyes suddenly flickered. She knew that after last night, this man's feelings for her might have deepened. But she wasn't wrong. Last night was indeed an accident. It was just that the change in her mentality made him discover something. She didn't want to deny it, but she still couldn't suddenly accept it. The smile on Wu Chengyue's face faded a little. He sighed helplessly and said, "You're leaving now? How heartless." He had already guessed that she would react in such a way, but when he heard her words, he couldn't believe it. He was still a little depressed. But on second thought, at least she was doing well now, wasn't she? He could sensitively sense the hesitation and wavering in her words. This was already very good, and it could even be regarded as progress. Lin Xiao looked at his expression and didn't know why she felt a little upset. It seemed that he was disappointed that she regarded last night's incident as an accident. But what else could she do but regard it as an accident? She couldn't change her original decision just because of this accident. Lin Xiao even wanted to leave the room as soon as possible, not wanting him to see her wavering mood. She was afraid that if she stayed any longer, she might change her mind under his gaze. But Xiaoting's full moon will be here in 2 days. Can you? Wu Chengyue suddenly stood up and walked to her side. He looked down at her closely and said with a trace of appeal in his voice, "Can we do it here?" Lin Xiao's eyes narrowed as he stared at him. Then he blinked violently. She turned her head and looked away, saying coldly, "You have to ask Man this question. If he agrees, I won't stop you." She didn't refuse Wu Chengyue because she knew that she didn't have a right to do so. Man had his own ideas, and she respected his choice. Wu Chengyue raised his hand and wanted to hug her, but he stopped before he touched her. He paused for 2 seconds and then withdrew his hand. "Can't you stay and wait for his answer?" Lin Xiao turned around and looked at him strangely. "I have to go back to deal with the next thing." Wu Chengyue said, "It's just a small matter. There's no need to go back." He was already used to not staying in his own base to work, so he had no idea how hard it was for Xiao Liqing and the others to run errands. Xiao Lin, who was used to staying in his own headquarters to command the overall situation, didn't plan to send his arrangement back. Just as he was about to refuse, the sound of a car came from downstairs. Lin Xiao's expression froze. Then, he suddenly glared at Wu Chengyue. Wu Chengyue immediately raised his hands and made a gesture of surrender. With a mournful face, he said, "It's not me. This is what Xiao Yunlong and Zhou sure we wanted to do. I didn't agree at the beginning." He betrayed the 2 people below without hesitation. Lin Xiao could smell his son's scent from the cars below. Duan Wan and Shun Yuzhen were following them. Seeing Wu Chengyue's quick reaction and attitude of admitting his mistake, he could only drop the matter. Glaring at him angrily, Lin Xiao immediately opened the door and walked out. Wu Chengyue immediately followed behind, for fear that she would turn around and rush down to run away with his son. After the 2 went downstairs and walked to the gate of the courtyard, the cars outside the courtyard happened to come over and stop. 4 or 5 modified off-road vehicles were parked in a row. After the door opened, Xiao Yunlong was the first to come down with his long legs stretched out. "Oh, brother, you are really fast." Xiao Yunlong looked at the 2 people standing together at the gate of the courtyard, then looked at Wu Chengyue with a teasing smile. Wu Chengyue smiled faintly, but directly ignored him. Instead, He looked at his son who was being carried by Duan Wan in the middle of the car. He thought to himself, you should be prepared to be cut by the female zombie. How come I don't know that Sea City's leader, Xiao, now has the habit of kidnapping other people's children? Lin Xiao looked coldly at Xiao Yunlong and said lightly, but her gaze was like a knife piercing straight at him. Xiao Yunlong's whole body was cold, and his expression stiffened under her icy gaze. Then he smiled apologetically and said, that? How could it be called kidnapping? We just want our Sea City leader's son to hold a full moon banquet in our home. And we invited Little Tongue here openly. It's too much to say that it's a kidnapping. Wow, Papa and Mama, did you guys make love last night? The smell on your body is so strong. At this time, a tender baby voice was full of energy and very loud. There seemed to be excitement in the voice. However, the meaning of these words made Lin Xiao's and Wu Qingyue's expressions crack. Others can't laugh out loud, otherwise you will be beaten. But it's so uncomfortable to hold it in. What to do? Lin Xiao's whole body froze. She really didn't think that her son would dare to say such words in front of everyone. It was simply throwing her face back to the base. I really want to beat him up. No one can stop me. Wu Qingyue's expression was not as big as Lin Xiao's, but his smile also cracked, but he quickly made up for it. Looking at Lin Xiao's expression of, I want to beat this kid to death, no one can stop me, and her expression of rolling up her sleeves to beat him up, he said, Little Tongue, don't talk nonsense. Be careful that your mother will beat you up. Oh, feeling the storm coming from his mama, Little Tongue immediately shut up obediently. Pft. Ha ha ha. Sorry, I can't help it. Puffed. Let me laugh. As a result, Xiao Yunlong suddenly couldn't hold back his laughter, and then seeing the gloomy eyes of Lin Xiao and Wu Qingyue, he immediately turned his head and said with a smile while covering his mouth. Then from the point of view that Lin Xiao and Wu Qingyue could not see, he secretly gave Little Tongue a thumbs up. Little Tongue rolled his eyes and said in his heart, Humph, I'm saving you, but you actually laugh. What a pig teammate. A little figure quickly rushed in front of Wu Qingyue, hugged his thigh, and then looked at Lin Xiao next to him. Her delicate little face was overflowing with joy, and her eyes were shining brightly. Wu Qingyue picked Lingling up, looked at her lovingly, and asked, Lingling, did you obediently sleep with Big Sister last night? Wu Yueling nodded hard, then turned her head to look at Lin Xiaolu, who was holding Tong's hand. Hello, Uncle Wu. The two children politely greeted Wu Qingyue, then looked at Lin Xiao. Aunt. Lin Xiaolu looked at Lin Xiao and called out happily, Aunt Lu. Tong was a little scared, shrinking half of her body behind Lin Xiaolu, and called out to Lin Xiao. Chapter 10:13. The corners of Lin Xiao's mouth twitched, smiling at the two little ones. Wu Qingyue looked at Xiao Yunlong, whose shoulders were trembling as he turned his back to them, and asked with a smile, Have you laughed enough? Cough, enough. Xiao Yunlong was stunned for a moment, then immediately adjusted his facial expression. Then he nodded and said in a serious manner, Then can you tell me what's going on? Wu Qingyue continued to ask with a smile, but secretly glanced at Lin Xiao's expression from the corner of his eyes. You suddenly ran to the sentient being's base without a word last night. What do we think happened? Then we received the news that those things appeared over there, so we followed to see the situation. Xiao Yunlong said. Duan Wan walked to Lin Xiao with Xiao Tongting in her arms. Pay attention to what you say next time. Lin Xiao took Xiao Tongting and glared at him, then turned to look at Duan Wan. Duan Wan glanced at Xiao Yunlong and said with a strange expression, Cough. Leader Xiao said you had promised Leader Wu to bring Xiao Tongting to Sea City. But we didn't hear you mention this before, so we didn't let him take Xiao Tongting away last night. Then early this morning, before dawn, he took advantage of Xiao Tongting's sleep and secretly took the child away when we weren't paying attention. Xiao Yunlong immediately looked up at the sky. Lin Xiao glanced at him, then faintly looked at Duan Wan and asked, So you let him carry it over? Duan Wan shook her head, We informed Deputy Leader Yuan and Deputy Leader Lin. Deputy Leader Lin's decision was that since you were in Sea City and Leader Xiao had already taken the child out of the base, so we decided to leave the situation to you. Lin Xiao glanced at Lin Xiaolu and Tong Tong, then at Wu Changyue. Do you have any collusion with Lin Feng? Also, when did I agree to let you bring the child over? The two children were brought over together. Lin Feng must have known of Wu Qingyue's decision, and he was helping him. The smile on Wu Qingyue's face stiffened. Then he said blankly, "No? Why would you think so?" Although he did mention this to Lin Feng, he really didn't have any agreement with Lin Feng. He didn't understand why Lin Feng would do that. Then he immediately looked at Xiao Yunlong and asked, "Also, when did I say she agreed? Don't drag me into what you're doing, okay?" When Xiao Yunlong saw that Wu Changyue was dragging him down, he immediately became angry. Why didn't he think about who he was doing this for? Huh? You even brought the big one to your house to sleep. Bah, that one stayed there for the whole night. It's fine if you don't thank me for bringing the little one here, but you dare to sell me out? At this time, Tung Tung said in Lin Xiao's arms, "Mama, since everyone is here, let's go. Let's do it here. I'll ask Daddy to cook personally." Lin Xiao was speechless. Even little man was siding with Wu Changyue. What else could she say? Yes, in Lin Xiao's heart, the name Little Man would follow his son for a long time. You don't have teeth to eat the food he makes. Why are you siding with him? Lin Xiao angrily glared at his son and then stared at Wu Qingyue and Xiao Yunlong on both sides. Wu Qingyue smiled, very thick-skinned, his eyes not moving. Xiao Yunlong continued to look at the sky and the earth, his eyes darting left and right. Coming first, what Xiao Tong said is right. Since we are already here, 2 more days won't make a difference. And although the danger at the base has been temporarily lifted, it's hard to guarantee that those things won't come back. Wu Qingyue held Lingling and moved to the side, looking at Lin Xiao and said with a smile. Xiao Tang's attitude made him very happy, although this female zombie looked unhappy. But he knew that she would do as the child thought. That meant that Xiao Tang's full moon banquet could be held here. Lin Xiao snorted silently, but did not refuse. Holding Xiao Tong, he turned and walked inside, followed by Duan Wan and Shun Yuzhen with the 2 little ones. Xiao Yunlong was relieved, and then walked inside with a face full of excitement. After entering Wu Qingyue's living room, everyone suddenly thought of what Xiao Tong had just said. Looking at Wu Qingyue and Lin Xiao's eyes became ambiguous again. Lin Xiao felt their eyes and could directly sense their thoughts. His face darkened, and he suddenly stuffed Xiao Tong into Duan Wan's arms. It's all because of this damn child. Fortunately, everyone present was on the same side, if it was heard by others. Let's not talk about the meaning of this child's words. Just the fact that a 1-month-old baby spoke was already very scary. Okay? Look at the situation. I told you not to speak in a place with many people. Did you forget again? Lin Xiao glared at Xiao Tong. Xiao Tong turned his head to the side, not looking at her, but said unhappily, "But there aren't many people around." Lin Xiao said, "Do you want to scare other people's guards to death? Didn't you see the way they looked at you just now? It was like looking at a monster, you know?" Wu Qingyue went to the courtyard. There were originally 2 guards standing at the door, but after hearing the child's words, they were amused at first, but then they suddenly stared at Xiao Tong with a face full of disbelief. When he came in, Lin Xiao's sharp ears also heard that Xiao Liqing had brought these 2 people to the cloud to keep it a secret. Otherwise, if a situation was leaked out so early, it would be strange if he was not caught for research. Xiao Tong glanced at Lin Xiao and suddenly shouted at Wu Changyue, "Dad, quickly control her. She always bullies her son." Wu Changyue, who was dragged into the water, thought, "What does it have to do with me?" The people of Sea City looked at the way the mother and son were talking with a curious expression, while the people from the Universal Life Base were already used to it. After Xiao Liqing came in, he moved closer to Shun Yuzhen in the corner, poked her with his elbow, and whispered, "Xiao Tong is so bold. You dare to talk to your leader like this." Shun Yuzhen gave him a look, letting him understand by himself. Xiao Yunlong also stared at Xiao Tong with a face full of excitement, and then looked at Wu Qingyue and said, "Tell me, how did you give birth to such a son? Teach me. Might you also give birth to a son like this?" Lin Xiao looked at him indifferently, not saying a word. Wu Qingyue looked meaningfully at Xiao Yunlong and said with a smile, "Let's not talk about whether you can give birth to a son like our Xiao Tong. I haven't heard that Yu is willing to marry you. Isn't it too early to have a child? First of all, you have to marry her." Xiao Yunlong pointed to the two of them. "Didn't you also not get married?" Wu Changyue said, "That was an accident for us." Accidents were not something everyone could have, and besides, Xiao Tong was made by him to become his son. If it wasn't for little man, he didn't know if he could make this female zombie pregnant. While thinking, Wu Changyue suddenly secretly glanced at Lin Xiao's stomach. He seemed to have tried his best last night. Would another one appear? Chapter 10:14. Wu Chengyue put Wu Yueling down and said to her, "Take the little sister and little brother upstairs to play." Wu Yueling nodded and stood up from Wu Chengyue's arms. She walked to the side. "Xiaolu, take him away." Lin Xiao immediately pointed at his son and said, "Okay." Lin Xiaolu walked in front of Duan Wan and carefully carried Xiao Tongtong. She had already learned how to carry this little brother. "Wow, what do you want to say that I can't hear? I want to hear it too." Xiao Tingtong was somewhat unwilling to be carried up. He had a premonition that what his parents were going to talk about was definitely about him. Children shouldn't care so much. Lin Xiao glanced at him and sat on the sofa with his legs crossed. He crossed his arms and leaned against the back of the sofa. Lin Xiaolu carried Xiao Tong and said to him, "All right, Tung Tung, don't argue with Aunt." Then she carried him and followed Wu Yueling upstairs. This wasn't the first time she came to Ling Ling's house to play, so she wasn't unfamiliar with it. After walking a little, Lin Xiaolu said with a smile, "You can't win against Aunt in arguments anyway." Xiao Tong Tong. After the little brats went upstairs, the adults in the living room suddenly fell into a strange silence. Lin Xiao was a bit unhappy that his son was helping an outsider, so he didn't want to speak. Wu Changyue felt that if he spoke, he might accidentally step on this female zombie's landmine. So he also remained silent. Xiao Yunlong looked left and right, then secretly looked at his brother. He saw that Wu Qingyue's mouth was smiling as usual, but the joy in his eyes was a bit stronger, and his face was full of satisfaction and tolerance. Obviously, last night was a good thing. They ate up all the people. After thinking about it, he immediately changed the topic and asked, "Right, what the hell ran away last night? They might come back in the future. Did you think of any way to deal with them? I heard that the situation last night was quite tragic." In any case, he also stayed at the base last night and basically understood the situation. Although he didn't personally go to the second base to see the situation of the zombies, but he heard that they were all terrible. Furthermore, the underworld creatures were active underground. Who knew if they would suddenly dig a hole under the human base one day? They are only afraid of sunlight and have other special abilities. They didn't appear during the day, and they had to keep an eye on them at night. We can't just isolate the base with a layer of isolation, right? These things can even destroy steel. Wu Qingyue couldn't think of any effective way to stop these things from invading underground. If they could not destroy the metal, they could still build a foundation underground. But to build an underground isolation foundation under the entire base, how long would that take? Obviously, it was not as easy as building a wall. In any case, it is necessary to strengthen the night patrol sentries. Xiao Yunlong stroked his chin, feeling that the situation of the Universal Life Base was quite tricky. Lin Xiao did not object to their opinions. He was also very afraid of these things. However, it was better to solve his own problems at home. Anyway, those things have been beaten back. According to the previous situation, they should be quiet for a few days. I'll figure it out myself. You don't have to worry about it for now. She pointed upstairs and said, "So you brought my son here just to have him hold a 1-month banquet here?" Ahem, well, that's right. After all, we all wanted to see this child before, but we were all very busy and couldn't go to the Universal Life Base as guests. Sister-in-law, you also know that we now have to guard against the movements of China and heaven fire. Xiao Yunlong said. Lin Xiao looked at him indifferently. Since little man has agreed, I have no objection. Please remove the word sister-in-law. Thank you. Xiao Yunlong was stunned, a little embarrassed. He immediately turned to look at Wu Chengyue. Wu Chengyue winked at him and then did not say anything. Ahem. Well that, Leader Lu? Isn't that too distant? Xiao Yunlong had to change the way he addressed him. Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow and said, Whatever. I have no objection, as long as it's not that annoying way of addressing me just now. Uffed. Xiao Liqing couldn't help laughing, and then quickly turned his head to hide it. Duanwan glanced at him with a warning in her eyes. Her boss is in a bad mood now. You'd better not cause trouble. Xiao Liqing looked back and saw everyone looking at him. He immediately said, Sorry, I'll stand a little further away. Xiao Yunlong was embarrassed by his laughter, but Wu Chengyue was very calm. Lin Xiao's eyes were still indifferent. What's so funny? That word really made her very upset. Ahem, I'm wondering why you call little tongue man. This doesn't seem to be the right way to address a boy, Xiao Yunlong asked her puzzledly. Lin Xiao glanced at him. This doesn't seem to have anything to do with Leader Xiao. I don't need to explain. Xiao Yunlong was mercilessly rebuked, thinking that she was angry because he brought her son over without her consent. He was a little scared and immediately shut up. Ahem, since little Tong agreed to be here, then can you arrange for the people that your Universal Life Base wants to invite? The leader's child was 1 month old, although it was not convenient to inform everyone. But important people, trustworthy people would still be invited over for a drink. Therefore, the people they were going to invite were probably very important people in the 2 bases. On Wu Chengyue's side, at least the 3 leaders would be invited. On the surface, they were subordinates, but they were more like brothers and sisters, Xiao Liqing, Mo Li, Meng Yu, and some trustworthy people, such as Kong Qingming. Speaking of Kong Qingming, Wu Chengyue suddenly remembered that he had already sent people to inform them to come back, but they still hadn't come back. It was estimated that they encountered some trouble on the way. Fortunately, he had already sent a group of people to check the situation yesterday. Lin Xiao nodded. Got it. I will give you the list. Suddenly she asked, Did you send people to find Kong Qingming's team? The people I sent haven't sent back any news yet. It seems that they encountered something. Lin Xiao had sent 2 wind zombie leaders to inform Lin Wenwen to come back to attend Little Tongue's full moon banquet a few days ago, but there was no movement from the people who should have come back these 2 days. Wu Chengyue nodded. I sent people, but I haven't received any news yet. I sent more people to investigate the situation yesterday. Did you find anything on your side? There were people from their 2 bases in that group of people. When Wu Chengyue heard Lin Xiao's question, he knew that she should have noticed something. Lin Xiao crossed her arms in front of her chest and flicked her fingers on her arms. She looked at Wu Chengyue with an unfathomable expression and said, So you didn't notice the movements of the Chinese side? Chapter 10:15. Wu Chengyue looked at Xiao Liqing, who had retreated a little. Xiao Liqing had retreated a little, but that didn't mean he couldn't hear what they were talking about. He retreated a little further, but it was just to a subtle distance where he would not be caught in the crossfire. Now that they were talking business, Wu Chengyue shot him a look. Xiao Liqing stood back, his expression serious. China's cleanup operation was very effective. Most of our spies were wiped out. If we want to get more information, we'll need to rely on the survivors in China. It'll take a little more time. That's why we don't have much information on China's military and internal affairs. In other words, they were at a loss when it came to intelligence in China. Wu Chengyue looked at Lin Xiao and couldn't help but ask, So what did you find out? Lin Xiao's source of information was different from theirs. Xiaodong's men were all zombies. These zombies were stationed outside China and Skyfire Base, but they were sensitive to the presence of the living. If someone came out of the base, they'd be able to sense it. Then, they would track the whereabouts and movements of these people to determine who they belonged to. Lin Xiao's information was a little late, but it was accurate. She'd immediately sent for Lin Wenwen's team and called her aunt to come back for Xiao Tong's birthday celebration. She didn't know if Lin Wenwen's team had encountered the people from China, but now she knew they had. Wu Qingyue frowned. It looks like China has received information about Kong Qingming's mission. He'd thought they hadn't made a move, but they'd already made contact with the people he'd sent out. He'd fallen into a passive situation. At this time, Lin Wenwen, Long Qingying, Kong Qingming, and the others were being hunted. Not only that, his team had been broken up. They had been on the radar for 7 days when they found out. They'd been there for a long time, and their men and firepower were strong. They were led by 2 6th-level adepts. On their side, aside from Kong Qingming, the others were all below 5th or 4th level. Fortunately, when Lin Kuei was called back by Lin Xiao, he left Mo and Yi Qingxian, the 2-level 6 zombie kings. Otherwise, they might have all been captured or killed by the enemy. Under the resistance of Mo, Yi Qingxian, and Kong Qingming, Lin Wenwen and Long Qingying protected the level 4 Lung Xiantong and escaped. However, Long Qingying was injured in order to protect the two of them, and was saved by Kong Qingming, who rushed over. After Ink and Yi Qingxian arrived, they protected the others and continued to escape. However, Kong Qingming and Long Qingying separated from Lin Wenwen's team in order to draw away the firepower. Hiding in an underground warehouse, Kong Qingming was holding a flashlight in his mouth and bandaging Long Qingying's wounds. Long Qingying was already unconscious. Her chest and thighs were full of gunshot wounds. The light from the flashlight shone on the front of her clothes, making it look blood red. Rip, after Kong Qingming unbuttoned her jacket, he tore open her t-shirt, revealing the bullet wound on her chest. He breathed a sigh of relief. When he saw that the bullet was still a distance away from his heart, which had risen to his throat, calmed down slightly. He nimbly took out a dagger and burned it with fire. Then, he started to gently cut open the bullet hole on Long Qingying's chest. He held his breath and helped her to pick out the bullet. Ding! The metal bullet fell to the ground, and blood immediately gushed out. Long Qingying's body stiffened because of the pain nerves. Although she was unconscious, she frowned. Kong Qingming immediately threw the dagger in his hand to the side and used hemostatic powder to sprinkle on the wound. Then, he used gauze to block the wound. Then he took out the flashlight in his mouth and put it aside. Then he took out a small tube of transparent medicine, bit it open with his teeth, and poured it into his mouth. Then, he pinched Long Qingying's chin, lowered his head, and pressed his lips against hers. He used his teeth to force open her teeth and passed the liquid in her mouth over. This medicine was found on Long Qingying's body because Long Qingying told him that it was medicine to treat wounds. He didn't have much gauze with him. Kong Qingming could only tear his jacket into strips and tie them around Long Qingying's chest to tie her wound. Then, he continued to help her to pick out the second bullet in her leg. This time, Long Qingying was awakened by the pain. She let out a muffled groan and breathed heavily. Then she slowly opened her eyes and looked around instinctively. It was dark and quiet. The silence meant that she was temporarily safe. Feeling a familiar aura beside her, Long Qingying gradually regained her consciousness. "Where's this?" she asked weakly. Perhaps it was because he had just drunk some water, so his voice was still normal, but it was weak. "Underground warehouse." "Shh, don't talk, save some energy." Kong Qingming, who was tying her leg, was happy to see her wake up. Long Qingying looked at him and touched her chest. The bullet had been taken out, and the wound had been treated. She said expressionlessly, "Thank you." Kong Qingming tied a knot in the cloth, picked up the flashlight, and wiped the sweat off her forehead. Then, he pulled her into his arms and adjusted her into a comfortable position, letting her lie in his arms. "You're welcome. I'm also saving myself," he said. Long Qingying didn't quite understand what he meant. She was now an injured person, not to mention the fact that her combat power had dropped. Not only was she unable to move, but she would also be a burden to him. This was obviously not a good thing for him, but he said he was saving himself. "Why?" Long Qingying was silent for 2 seconds before she couldn't help but ask, "Why?" There was a gentle smile on Kong Qingming's disheveled face. "If something happens to you, what will I do? Then what's the point of living?" It was a very common line of love, but Kong Qingming said it so casually in this situation. Long Qingying suddenly didn't know what to say, because she could clearly feel that his words were filled with strong feelings. Ever since that incident last time, this man had been clinging to her, and his eyes were glued to her. Long Qingying originally thought that he was very annoying, so she had been avoiding him. She didn't expect that she would be injured, but he would still save her. She lowered her head and felt his strong heartbeat on her back. She didn't say anything. "It's okay, I'm here. I won't let you die." Kong Qingming's beautiful eyes looked at her in the dark night, and his hands were wrapped around her waist. He said softly, Chapter 10:16. On the other side, Lung Xiantong and Lin Wenwen were protected by Mo and Yi Qingxian, temporarily escaping from the enemy's pursuit. These diaries must not be obtained by them. Wenwen, you have a special ability to warn others. You are the one who can return to the base safely. So, you must take this diary with you. You must bring it back to Yun. Lung Xiantong passed his black leather notebook to Lin Wenwen and said to her with a serious expression. Lin Wenwen silently took the notebook and put it into her space, then nodded. But her expression was unresigned. "Don't give up so quickly. I feel that we will be fine this time. Trust me." Lung Xuantong's notebook recorded a large amount of his research data. Anyone who was a professional in this field would be able to understand it. Not only did it contain Lung Xuantong's research results, but it also contained a large amount of research data on mutated plants. If this was obtained by the Chinese, not only would they be able to deduce a lot of secrets in the base, they would also be able to obtain a lot of data on mutated plants. For the safety of the entire base, Lung Xiantong did not want the data to be obtained by the Chinese. And when Lin Wenwen looked at Lung Xiantong, she had a feeling that he would not die. She trusted her premonition because it was very accurate. Even if it was her good friend, Long Qingying, who was suddenly separated, Lin Wenwen was not too worried. She could feel that the two of them would still be alive. China's technological weapons are getting more and more powerful. There are only 4 of us now. The chance of survival is very small. Lung Xiantong sighed dispiritedly and shook his head. Originally, they and the people from Haicheng had a total of more than 30 people, but the other party had at least 300 people. Moreover, they were divided into several teams to intercept them. They were all rank 5 metahumans, and they even had powerful new weapons developed by China. Just a bullet from a pistol could have the effect of a grenade. The range of a rifle could even reach up to 2,000 meters. The bullet's power and speed were more than 5 times that of a normal rifle. If they were targeted by the enemy's sniper, they would only be dead. They even developed a drug to cover up their scent, so zombies could not smell them. They could only smell the scent of the medicine when they got close. If they were far away, even Mo and Yi Qingxian, the 2 rank 1 king zombies, couldn't smell them. As for these ordinary zombies in the wild, they had not gone through any training, so even if they saw the Chinese convoy, they would not know what it was. Without the smell of food, in the eyes of the zombies, they were already in a state of nothingness, so Mo and Yi Qingxian were unable to get the location of those people from the surrounding zombies. If it wasn't for Lin Wenwen's awakened premonition and intuition, which allowed him to sense some danger in advance. Otherwise, they might be shot in the head by the enemy without even knowing it. More importantly, the enemy had sufficient firepower. As for them, they had almost used up all the firearms they had on them. They had only left their last weapons and bullets for Lin Wenwen, who was in the space element. The others were fighting with their own abilities. Mo was a metal-type zombie, while Yi Qingxian was a natural wood type. Be it in the wilderness or in the abandoned city, they had combat power. Although Lung Xiantong was only level 4, he was still an ice type. Apart from those who were strong, the rest of the team members had all been killed. They seemed to be in a passive position now. A few kilometers away from them, a few light-armored vehicles were driving slowly. The people in the vehicles were almost fully armed, with all kinds of weapons and ammunition strapped to their bodies. Bang, bang, bang. The person in the front passenger seat of the vehicle in the middle reached out and patted on the roof of the vehicle. He asked loudly, "Haven't found a location yet?" A man standing on the roof was looking ahead seriously. After hearing the voice below, he replied, "The direction is correct, the location. I can't be sure from here." As he said that, he suddenly disappeared from the roof of the vehicle. After a few seconds, he appeared on the roof of a building next to him. The convoy did not stop because of his departure. Instead, they continued to drive forward slowly. After a while, the person on the roof directly jumped down from the building. After landing on the ground lightly and nimbly, he quickly ran towards the convoy. 10 o'clock direction ahead, go. He patted the door of the driver's seat, then flipped over and got on the roof again. The driver immediately sped up and drove in the direction he pointed. At this moment, Lin 11, who was a few kilometers ahead, suddenly felt that she was being watched from behind. She immediately jumped up, her expression changed, and said, "Not good. They are catching up. Leave here quickly." The other's eyes were cold, and they immediately packed up and left. He quickly left the place, and after sensing the direction of the enemy's aura, he immediately rushed in another direction. The Chinese people divided into several groups to chase Lin 11 and Long Qingying's group. Behind the Chinese people, there were two groups of people catching up. The last two groups appeared. One group was zombies. There were only two of them, but they were very fast level 5 wind-type zombies. The other group was a team of about 10 people. It was the second group of people sent by Wu Changyue to find Kong Qingming, Liu Shan's team. A male and female wind-type zombie leader quietly landed at the place where the Chinese people had just left. They were a little surprised to see the direction where the vehicles left with smoke and dust. The smell of these people was covered. If we were not close enough to see their figures, we would not have been able to find them. Under the sunglasses on the female zombie's face, her dark eyes curiously stared at the direction where the Chinese people left. The male zombie did not make a sound. It was not that he did not want to make a sound, but he could not speak. While because his position was not high, he did not get the treatment of having his throat repaired. This female zombie was actually number 2, Old Air, one of the two that followed Xiao Lily. After being promoted to level 5 by Lin Xiao, her throat was also repaired. Old Air, who had recovered her memory, thought of the time when Lin Xiao took her and number 1 to take a bath, and then she had a look of despair on her face. Speaking of recovering memory, after being modified by Lin Xiao's blood, most of the high-level zombies would gradually recover their memory. Some of them recovered half. Although they did not remember their past, they still remembered a lot of habits and common sense. Some special ones could even remember their own body skills, because the body still had a memory of movement. So now in Lin Xiao's zombie army, the basic memory of zombies above level 5 had recovered, like Jing Yin, Yin Xiao, Ah Zhong, Ah Song, and so on. The zombie standing next to Old Air was Ah Song. He had already remembered who he was. After the memory of the past came back, and mixed with the memory of being a zombie, he did have a few days of panic, but after Xie Dong specially counseled him, he quickly accepted his new identity, looking at the excited expression on the faces of his companions. Ah Song indicated that he was ready to join in and stir up trouble. Chapter 10:17. Second brother's name was Yu Xiaoxian, but she didn't look like an immortal at all. Instead, she had a mischievous personality. Now she realized that this group of people from Huaxia didn't have that kind of fragrant smell, nor any other smell. If it wasn't for the fact that they were close, it would be hard to notice their movements. So Yu Xiaoxian immediately became interested. First, she wanted to figure out who this group of people were, then she wanted to figure out what was going on with the smell on their bodies. As for the mission, she wasn't anxious at all, because she and Lu Mingsong could sense Mo and Yi Qingxian's location with the same kind of senses. They could also smell Lin Wenwen and Long Xuantong's scent. Roar dash! At this moment, Yu Xiaoxian suddenly raised her head and roared. While warning Mo and Yi Qingxian, she began to gather the surrounding zombies to come closer. This is the sound of zombies. It seems to be very close to us. After the people from Huaxia heard Yu Xiaoxian's roar, they were stunned. Then they all turned their heads to look behind them, but they didn't see any suspicious zombies. And from the sound, it seemed to be a bit far away. Are they coming for us? That's impossible. Our medicine is still in effect, someone said hesitantly. I don't know. Maybe they're just passing by. The others replied. So, they were confident that the medicine on their bodies wouldn't attract the zombies' attention. So this zombie roar, they just thought it was a passing zombie, so they didn't pay attention to it. On the other side, Mo and Yi Qingxian suddenly stopped and looked back. They suddenly looked at each other, then said to Lin Wenwen and Lung Xiantong, "The leader sent someone to pick us up. Let's go in another direction." Lin Wenwen and Lung Xiantong's eyes lit up. "Who is it?" Mo replied, "Their strength isn't strong. They are 2 level 5 zombie leaders, but they are now following behind us, behind the enemy. It looks like they're going to cause some trouble for them." Lung Xiantong said, "Why did the leader send someone again? What's the matter?" Not long ago, they had just sent someone over and called back Lin Ran, who was originally protecting them with Mo and Yi Qingxian. It hasn't been that long. Why did they send someone again? Did something happen in the base? On the other side, Liu Shan and the others were chasing in the direction of Kong Qingming's signal, but the direction was not the same as Lin Wenwen and the others, and they were far away, so they did not hear Yu Shaoxian's roar. After shouting, Yu Shaoxian stared at the direction of the team. He suddenly said, "They are heading towards Miss Wenwen's direction. Are they chasing after Miss Wenwen?" Roar, the Chinese logo on their car. Lu Mingsong stared at the cars of the Chinese team and noticed that they had the logo of the Chinese base. Huaxia base? Why would they appear here? Well, since they were from China, then they definitely didn't have good intentions. You don't have to be polite to them. The corners of Yu Shaoxian's mouth raised into a wicked smile, and her eyes flashed under the sunglasses. Then she said, "If they are from Huaxia, then be careful of their weapons. Don't get close to them for now. Harass them from afar." The 2 of them were only leader-level zombies, so they couldn't summon many zombies. But if they could consume some of these people's ammunition, it would be good. After saying that, Yu Shaoxian jumped down from the building, and then quickly made a half circle from the side and rushed to the front of the team. Lu Mingsong saw that she had disappeared and immediately went to the other side. The Chinese people were driving forward, and suddenly the man on the roof of the car looked a little gloomy. He began to pay attention to the movement around him. Soon he saw that the zombies who had ignored them were moving in the direction in front of them. Moreover, he was walking in a hurry. Although he wasn't running crazily like when facing a zombie tide, he was walking very fast. He wasn't walking slowly like he usually did, where he would stop for a few steps. What's going on? Why are these zombies moving forward? Wasn't the roar of the zombies behind us? The man on the co-driver's seat found something wrong and frowned and said to himself. After a while, they found that there were more and more zombies around them, although these zombies didn't pay attention to them. But the direction was still moving forward, and many of them began to walk in front of their road, blocking the way. As the road in front of them grew more and more zombies came up, blocking the front of their car. The people had to clear the road while continuing to drive forward. Bang, 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 dash. The people in the car put their guns out of the window or climbed directly on the roof and began to shoot the zombies walking in the middle of the road in front of them. These zombies walked by themselves, and when they were shot in the head, they directly fell down. The other zombies didn't care and continued to walk. Although it was easy to kill these zombies that wouldn't rush to them, after killing these zombies, their bodies would fall on the road. The car directly rolled over them, and the car bumped back and forth, which was also very uncomfortable. If this went on forever, their car would not be able to drive fast, and it would create the possibility of the target escaping. So they had to find out what was going on with these zombies first, and then get rid of the source. The man on the roof thought for a moment and immediately jumped down from the roof. He jumped onto a telephone pole by the roadside, and then jumped onto the roof of a building by the roadside. Then, he quickly sped up along the rows of buildings and rushed forward. He wanted to see what was in front of them that attracted these zombies. However, at this time, suddenly a few tornadoes appeared and directly swept towards their car. The tornadoes rolled up sand and lighter objects began to spin, and then threw them towards the location of the few cars. What's going on? Tornadoes? There are wind zombies and psychics. Enemy attack. When the people from China saw several tornadoes appear high up, they immediately realized that there might be wind zombies or psychics in the surroundings. Several tornadoes added together caused the air to fluctuate, and the surrounding sand and stones flew, and the leaves were blown away. Moreover, the wind can't be said to be big, but it also can't be said to be small. Although the surrounding mutated trees swayed, and the leaves fell. But the roots of these trees could still firmly stand on the ground, and were not uprooted. However, this wind could cause people's vision to be in a situation where even opening their eyes was difficult. Although they immediately realized that there were wind enemies in the surroundings, the other party obviously didn't intend to show themselves. Roar, roar, roar. At this time, the surrounding zombies that originally ignored them suddenly turned around and began to grimace, becoming very fierce and madly rush towards the people from China. It should be a wind zombie. Seeing these zombies' reaction, the people from China immediately guessed that it was a level 5 or level 6 wind zombie hiding behind them. Chapter 10:18. Long Qingying leaned against the wall and moved her right hand, circulating the energy that had just been recovered in her body. Previously, because her energy was exhausted, she could not maintain the metallization on the surface of her body and was hit by a bullet and passed out. Originally, as long as she woke up and recovered some of her energy, she would be able to squeeze out the bullet control. She did not expect Kong Qingming to take out the bullet for her while she was unconscious. Now that there was no bullet in her wound, she drank the potion brought from the base and recovered a little bit of her energy. With this energy, her wound was rapidly recovering. After drinking a few mouthfuls of water and eating the last piece of homemade compressed biscuit, Long Qingying had the strength to stand up and walk. Kong Qingming was walking in front at this time, observing the surrounding situation. The two walked out of an alley and leaned against the wall to observe the surroundings. There are energy fluctuations over there. The airflow is very strong. Seems to be the wind element. Kong Qingming said after sensing the surrounding wind direction and the energy contained in it. It was a little far away, so they could not hear anything. But the wind in the surrounding area was very strong, as if it was caused by someone. Then it's not one and the others. Long Qingying's eyes were slightly gloomy. Her energy had only recovered a little, so she could not sense the energy fluctuations in the distance at all. Hearing Kong Qingming's words, she could only guess. After all, Lin Wenwen and the others did not have the wind element ability, so it might not be them. Kong Qingming thought about it, suddenly appeared on the roof next to him in a flash, and carefully sensed the energy fluctuations in the distance. The fluctuations are so strong, there might be a battle. And we haven't confirmed whether the wind element is friend or foe, and who their opponent is. Let's go and take a look. After Kong Qingming jumped down, he helped Long Qingying walk forward. He said, the two had abandoned the car that they had escaped in before, and now that they did not have a car, they could only use their ability to fly or walk on their feet. So in order to save energy, they had to walk forward step by step. But the two had not gone far when they suddenly heard the sound of a car engine nearby. Kong Qingming immediately pulled Long Qingying to hide, and then secretly observed who was driving the car. He did not just walk, he also left a secret signal. If the people from Sea City appeared, they would notice the secret signal and come looking for them. However, Kong Qingming wasn't sure if anyone from Sea City would appear here. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, they saw two modified off-road vehicles slowly driving over. Kong Qingming breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the way the soldier was holding the gun and the clothes he was wearing. The car was indeed a Sea City car, but the higher-ups still needed to confirm it. It's fine, we're on the same side, Kong Qingming said to Long Qingying, then turned around and walked down from the roof. With a wave of his hand, the mutant trees on both sides of the road immediately moved to block the two cars. It's the vice leader. After seeing that it was the branches and leaves of a tree that stopped their car, the people in the car breathed a sigh of relief. They put away their weapons and waited for the person they were looking for to appear. After appearing with Long Qingying, Kong Qingming immediately said to Li Yushan, "Is there any food? Give me some." Li Yushan immediately took out 2 packs of compressed biscuits and threw them to him, asking, "Why are there only 2 of you? Where are the others?" Kong Qingming gave a pack of biscuits to Long Qingying while opening one for himself. As he ate, he replied, "We were ambushed by the people from Huaxia." The enemy's firepower is very strong. We don't have enough ammunition and manpower, so the only ones who escaped were me and her, as well as Lin Wenwen and Lung Xiantong from Universal Base. We were separated from them, so we don't know their current situation. However, the people from Huaxia didn't come for us, so they should be chasing after Lin Wenwen. Li Yushan frowned and said with a solemn expression, "Why would the people from Huaxia suddenly appear? From the looks of it, the other party came prepared. How strong are they?" Kong Qingming found a stone block to sit on and said, "2 rank 6 metahumans came. The rest are all rank 5 metahumans. There are about 200 to 300 of them, divided into more than a dozen batches. Each batch has 3 modified vehicles, and their firepower is very strong. Seeing that the other party fired at us without asking for money, they should have brought a lot of ammunition. As for why they suddenly appeared here to besiege us, it's probably because they received information about our mission this time. They aren't going to make a big move, but that doesn't mean they won't make small moves." Li Yushan frowned slightly and did not say anything. After Kong Qingming ate and drank his fill, he asked them why they came. "Why are you here? Did the leader send you on a mission?" Li Yushan immediately replied, "The leader asked us to inform you to go back. He already sent a batch of people here last week. Didn't you notice? We were the 2nd batch of people sent here urgently." Kong Qingming was stunned. If a batch of people was sent to find them last week, they should have arrived long ago. However, they did not encounter anyone from Sea City. It seemed that they were discovered and killed by the people from Huaxia. Li Yushan looked at the others, then suddenly went forward and put his hand on Kong Qingming's neck and pulled him to the side. After putting some distance between them, he said, "The leader's son will be 1 month old in 2 days. He wanted to ask you to end the mission early and go back for a drink." Kong Qingming's expression immediately changed, and he stared at him as if he had seen a ghost. "What? Son? Where did this son come from? Fuck! If Great Leader Wu had a son, what would happen to Lu Tiany's sister? Was Great Leader Wu going to give up? But didn't he pester them and refuse to give up? Wait, son? Full moon? Io." Kong Qingming's head hurt. So this Great Leader Wu had been secretly plotting while chasing after Big Sister Lu? He even had a child, then was chasing after Big Sister Lu just to cover? So everything Great Leader Wu said before was a lie? Kong Qingming suddenly thought that if Lu Tiany knew about this, he would probably think of how to put a sack on Great Leader Wu and beat him up. Of course, this was very difficult. Looking at Kong Qingming's expression, Li Yushan also smiled. He enjoyed looking at the other's expression as if he had seen a ghost. But he didn't know what was going through Kong Qingming's mind. He only thought that Kong Qingming's mind must be filled with a bunch of grass mud horses. He thought about how he had the same reaction when he heard the news 2 days ago. Guess where the child came from? He didn't intend to immediately reveal the special identity of the child, so he kept it in suspense. No one would have thought that as the female leader of the zombie base, she could give birth to a lively baby. Pa-dash, Kong Qingming immediately slapped him on the shoulder. "Don't keep me in suspense. Hurry up and say it. You'll know when you go back. But other than me, no one else here knows about this. You have to keep it a secret." Li Yushan smiled and took his slap. Then he led him to the group as he spoke. Chapter 1019. We have to find Lin Wenwen and Lung Xiantong before we can go back. We can't just leave them behind. Kong Qingming said to Li Yushan. Li Yushan nodded and didn't object. After all, they came out with them, so they had to be brought back. The other brothers. Li Yushan's eyes suddenly dimmed. Kong Qingming's face also darkened, and his aura became gloomy. He was silent for a while before saying, "One day, we will get revenge from those Chinese people." The brothers he brought out this time didn't die under the claws of mutant beasts, zombies, or mutated plants or poisonous insects, but they all died in the hands of those Chinese people. Their sea city wouldn't just sit still and let them beat them. One day, they would get revenge. Hearing his words, everyone was silent. Kong Qingming suddenly walked to Long Qingying's side and put an arm around her waist. He said to Liu Shan and the rest, "Come, come, come. Let me introduce you. From now on, this cold beauty is my wife. You guys come and get to know her. Her name is Long Qingying. Cough, it hurts. Be gentle. You're injured. You'll hurt yourself. Don't use so much strength." However, before he could finish his sentence, Long Qingying elbowed him in the chest, causing him to groan in pain. Long Qingying said expressionlessly, "Don't listen to his nonsense. There's no such thing." TSK. Kong Qingming looked at her with some dissatisfaction. After thinking for a while, he suddenly pulled her to the side. "What are you doing?" Long Qingying stared at him unhappily, but her feet were pulled away without any resistance. Everyone watched in bewilderment as the two of them dragged each other until they were more than 10 meters away. Liu Shan said with a sullen face, "TSK? Not happy? It's fine that Leader Wu and Leader Xiao are no longer single. But this brat can also be single with his looks? That girl has to look at a face that's prettier than her. Doesn't she hate it?" Liu Shan's deputy said to him with a smile, "Boss, don't be so sour. You should hurry up too. It's not like there aren't any single women in the base. If you want to find one, do you think you can't find one with your status and power?" "That's right. If we're not jealous, why are you jealous? Even Vice Leader Kong, Xiao, isn't jealous. Only you are jealous." The other team members immediately echoed their vice leader and teased their captain. "Go, go, go. How am I sore? Which eye of yours saw that? Which one of you said that this kid was going to live with Lu Qianni? Who was that? If you have the guts, stand up and say in front of him." Liu Shan immediately bristled and stared at them. On the other side, after Kong Qingming pulled Long Qingying to the side, he directly hugged her domineeringly and pressed her against a nearby tree. "You're mine now. You're my wife from now on. What? Do you want to eat and not pay up? Don't even think about getting rid of me. Even if I'm a man, you still have to take responsibility." Kong Qingming hooked his beautiful lips and stared at her with his long and beautiful eyes. When he smiled, he was so beautiful that it was hard to tell whether he was a man or a woman. He was very dazzling and charming. However, Long Qingying wasn't interested in his honey trap. She looked at him coldly and said, "I didn't want to find you at that time. You came to me on your own, but now you want me to take responsibility. You can be more thick-skinned. Let go." Kong Qingming hugged her without moving and said, "It doesn't matter if you don't admit it, as long as they think it is." After 2 seconds, he fixed his eyes on her. A dangerous light suddenly flashed in his beautiful eyes. He moved closer to her ear and said softly, "Maybe you want to be locked up by me? You'll belong to me forever, and I won't let you go anywhere." "You." Long Qingying glared at him angrily. She felt that he wasn't joking because she could sensitively feel that his thought was real. She didn't expect that he would have such a perverted thought about her. Kong Qingming raised his head slightly and pulled his face away to look at her. He raised his hand and touched her clean face. "So don't refuse me. I'm afraid I won't be able to control myself." He smiled like an angel, but his eyes were frighteningly dangerous. His words also carried a strong threat to her. Long Qingying looked into his eyes coldly and said without backing down, "I don't care if you can control yourself or not, but I won't promise you." Her heart, which had just wavered a little, was now cold again. This kind of Kong Qingming was too dangerous for her. She didn't know why he suddenly had this kind of thought about her. It was just sleeping with him once. It wouldn't change anything. Besides, it was an accident. She didn't force him to do that. Besides, it seemed that she was the one who suffered a loss. Why should she tie the other half of her life to him just because she had sex with him once? Long Qingying thought angrily. She twisted her body and pushed him with her arms. She skillfully broke free from Kong Qingming's embrace and pushed him away. She pushed him a meter away from her and turned to leave. Of course, her movements didn't escape the attention of the dozen pairs of gossipy eyes around. The two of them separated and walked back without changing their expressions. One was expressionless and cold, and the other was smiling like a demon. No one knew what they were thinking. Li Weishan leaned over to Kong Qingming and poked him. He asked quietly, "What's wrong? It seems that you haven't gotten her yet. It's too early to call her your wife." Kong Qingming shrugged and said carelessly, "I just wanted you to recognize her face. Anyway, I've already decided that she is." "So she is." Li Weishan looked at him with some surprise. He didn't expect that this man, who was so handsome that he couldn't distinguish between men and women, would be so domineering when it came to relationships. What he had decided was his. If he couldn't get her, he was going to lock her up. What a bastard. "Let's go. I just noticed some movement over there. Maybe the Chinese people are fighting with someone. Let's go and take a look. I don't have a car. You guys came at the right time." At this time, Kong Qingming followed Long Qingying to the car at the back and pushed the people in the car to the front. Li Weishan didn't waste any time and immediately ordered to set off. At this time, the Chinese people, who were surrounded by zombies and harassed by the tornadoes, were holding their guns and shooting at the zombies that were madly rushing to bite them. At the same time, they also had to find the wind zombie that released the tornado. In their eyes, it was a zombie king. It could release 7 to 8 medium-sized tornadoes and control hundreds of ordinary zombies. This was something that even a level 5 zombie leader couldn't do. Previously, when they were chasing after Lin Wenwen and the others, Imo and Yi Qingxin's main mission was to protect the two of them. On one hand, they couldn't let them get closer, and on the other hand, they couldn't abandon Lin Wenwen and Lung Xiantong to control the zombie horde to deal with the Huaxia people. More importantly, they couldn't reveal their identity as zombies in front of these people. If the other party sent the news back to China, the consequences would be unimaginable for the base. That's why the people of China still don't know that the two powerful psychics protecting Lin Wenwen are not humans, but zombies. Chapter 1020. Back in Huaxia, Xikong Chun received a report. "Missing? What do you mean? Dead or captured? Why would they go missing? Can't you find a reason?" He looked at the report in his hand, puzzled. Ho Guozhong sat upright on the single sofa next to him and said, "They suddenly disappeared, and the location was not during the operation. They were all resting and relaxing. There was no enemy attack or suspicious activity. The ones missing were all adepts. The soldiers were fine." Xikong Chen's brows furrowed. "Only adepts from our base? Or all adepts?" Ho Guozhong answered. "The ones missing were the mission teams heading west. The others are fine. It doesn't look like they're targeting us. Maybe it's Green Mountain Base." Xikong Chun sniffed. "You still haven't found the address of Green Mountain Base. You haven't gotten any information yet. How do you know it's them? What about Starfire?" Ho Guozhong shook his head and lowered his eyes. "Starfire Base has no information on them." Xikong Chun thought for a moment. "If that's the case, send someone to keep an eye on them." "Yes, sir. Keep a close eye on Starfire Base. If Li Jingye doesn't get in our way, we'll be fine. But we need to make sure he doesn't try anything against us." "Yes, sir. Once our experiment is a success, we'll be the only base in China to rule over the other bases. They'll all bow down to us. Let's see if Wu Chengyue dares oppose us." Xikong Chen's calm eyes flashed with fervor. He turned to the door and continued. "It won't just be our base in China. We'll be able to control bases in other countries as well. At that time, the whole world will belong to China. The food chain and resources of the planet will be in our hands." Ho Guozhong looked at him quietly, but didn't speak. Xikong Chen quickly retracted the expression on his face and regained his composure as he said, "We didn't get anything from the Qingshan base. What about the Universal base? Did you get anything?" Ho Guozhong shook his head. "Intel on this base is hard to come by. Star Base tried to force their way in, but they never came back. The people who went were completely annihilated, and not a single clue could be sent back to Li Jingye." He wasn't implying that Skyfire's methods were weak, but that there was something strange about the base. Their intelligence network was like an iron bucket. No matter how hard they tried, they wouldn't be able to leak anything to the outside world. Sikong Chen didn't care too much about this situation. He said expressionlessly, "Let's drag it out slowly. We have plenty of time. Time will give us the opportunity to discover their secrets. By the way, what's the situation with the operation team from Sea City that went to Lake Tai? We've already ambushed and destroyed their team. Other than a few with stronger abilities, the rest have all been killed," Ho Guozhong replied. When he mentioned this piece of information, his tone became a little more confident. At the very least, this information was already half a success. So, there are still fish that escaped the net? Sikong Chun frowned, dissatisfied. He had arranged for so many people, almost 300 level 5 arcanists, to form a team with a large number of firepower weapons. He wanted to clean up this group of people neatly. In the end, they only had 30 or so people. They weren't as strong as they were, and they didn't have enough firepower. Yet, he still managed to escape. This was not the result he wanted. "Don't worry, we're giving chase. They won't be able to escape. There's only 1 6th level, 2 5th level, and 1 4th level adept left. Some of them are injured. We can exhaust them to death. Not to mention our manpower, there's zombies, mutated animals, and poisonous bugs everywhere. Their chances of survival are slim." Ho Guozhong analyzed confidently. At this moment, in the Universal Base, Yuan Tianxing, Lin Feng, and the rest were having a meeting about who should bring Lin Wenwen, Lung Xiantong, and the rest back. Xiao Yunlong's arrival last night had already been communicated to both Yuan Tianxing and Lin Feng. Therefore, even if Lin Xiao hadn't sent the next message, Lin Feng knew to send another group of people to look for Lin Wenwen. Yuan Tianxing had already received the news that China had sent people to deal with Lin Wenwen's group. Yu Shaoxian and Lu Mingsong were obviously not strong enough. Lin Xiao was going to send a stronger zombie to look for them. Unexpectedly, they were ambushed by the underground creatures, which disrupted Lin Xiao's plan. In fact, she had already thought of who to send for Lin Wenwen and the others yesterday, and they would rush over today. But before she could send the message, the underground creatures came out to cause trouble before the sky was completely dark. "Do you know who the leader is going to send? I think she'll definitely send Lin Kuei again. At least Lin Kuei knows their approximate location, so it'll be easier to find them." Lin Feng looked at Xiao Lily and Lin Kuei on the other side of the conference table. Elmar was lying in a special ward with one leg raised. She didn't sit here to discuss things with them. Fortunately, Duan Wan and Shun Yuzhen had left Lin Xiao's message when they were sent away in the morning. Xiao Lily usually didn't care about these things, and Lin Xiao was the one who told her what to do. She shook her head to indicate that she didn't know what Lin Xiao meant. Lin Kuei crossed his arms and sat there in silence, but he could tell that there was another meaning in Lin Feng's words. He glanced at Lin Feng and continued to remain silent. After being glanced at, Lin Feng understood that he had roughly understood what he was trying to say. He then continued, "In order for Wenwen and the others to come back before the day after tomorrow, I still intend to invite Mr. Lin to make another trip. Since he came back from there previously, he should know more about Wenwen and the others' movements, so it'll be easier to find them." Lin Feng pointed at Lin Kei and said, "I'll go too. Although Big Cat is fast in cat form, he can't fly as fast as I can. And those people from China are too despicable. I'm going to meet them. They won't have a good ending if they dare to provoke us." Xiao Lily suddenly spoke. She pouted and looked angry. Light flashed in his red eyes. Not Big Cat. However, Lin Kuei, who had been silent all this while, protested helplessly. He couldn't accept Xiao Lily calling him a big cat. Chapter 10:21. Why not Big Cat? Black Panthers are felines too. What's wrong with calling it Big Cat? Xiao Lily was dissatisfied with Lin Kuei's protest. Lin Feng nodded. Yes, there's nothing wrong with it. Yuan Tianxing smiled faintly without saying anything, but his expression showed that he agreed with Xiao Lily's words. Lin Kuei, all right, you're young, whatever you say. Then you two go. The first thing is to bring Wen and Lung Xiantong back safely. The second thing is to take care of those people from China. Yuan Tianqing nodded and agreed with Qiu Lily's request. Then let's go now. Let's go, Big Cat. Qiu Lily immediately jumped up after agreeing. She turned around and pulled Lin Kuei, who was still sitting on the seat, out, not giving him a chance to refuse. Lin Kuei was pulled up from the chair before he could react. He only spoke when they were outside the door. Okay, can you let go of my hand now? Qiu Lily, who was walking in front, was stunned for a moment. She looked back at their hands and suddenly let go. Oh, then she immediately turned her head back. Then let's go. I'm a little worried about Sister Wenwen's safety. Lin Kuei, whose ponytail had slipped through his hand, silently looked at his hand that had been released by her. Then he followed her to the elevator and went straight up to the rooftop. Both of them were strangely silent in the narrow space of the elevator. Qiu Lily tugged at her ponytail uncomfortably and twirled it around her fingers. In her heart, she was thinking about the strange numbness she felt when she realized they were holding hands just now. Qiu Lily's face was actually a little hot after she let go of his hand. But she was a zombie now, and her face was always pale, so even if she blushed, it wouldn't be seen. When she let go of Lin Kuei's hand just now, a sense of loss flashed across his heart, so he unconsciously looked at his own hand. Before he could figure out what was going on, that feeling had already disappeared. Therefore, at this time, both of their thoughts were a little subtle, so they fell into a subtle silence. Qiu Lily looked down at the gap under the elevator door, and her mind was wandering. If she was a human, she would probably hear her own heartbeat. However, she was no longer one, so Qiu Lily couldn't hear it. After watching the two of them leave, Lin Feng turned to look at Yuan Tianqing. Are you really going? He knew that Yuan Tianqing would also be going to Sea City in 2 days to drink a cup of Xiaotong's full moon wine. But Lin Feng felt that this kind of scene would be very uncomfortable for Yuan Tianqing. Feelings were not something that could be put down so easily. Yuan Tianqing smiled and nodded. It's fine. Xiaotong is our leader's son after all. Even if you don't do it for the sake of your superior, you have to do it for the sake of our former comrade in arms. Am I that kind of heartless person? Regardless of whether it was sooner or later, she would eventually have to face the fact that Lin Xiao was already the mother of someone else's child. It would be better to accept the blow earlier. Perhaps in this way, he could let go of his feelings for her earlier. Then you have to arrange the time as soon as possible. You are very busy. Lin Feng could only sigh and nod. He looked at him and smiled. Yuan Tianqing looked at him disdainfully. You speak as if you are more free than me. Lin Feng. All right. He was also very busy. Although the underground creatures did not attack last night, they had to think of a way to protect the base as soon as possible. These things lived underground, and they could dig a tunnel directly under their base at any time. There was nothing that could stop them from advancing. They couldn't possibly isolate the entire underground of the base, right? How could they isolate it? If they couldn't eliminate the existence of the underground creatures, they could only take a step back and think of a way to strengthen the defense of the base. Hopefully, it will be able to stop them. Is there any machine that can store solar energy or lightning energy and then release it? Lin Feng asked with a frown when he thought of the underground creatures. Maybe we need to find something that can restrain them. There are thousands of substances on Earth. Maybe they have a natural enemy. Yuan Tianqing frowned. Aren't their natural enemies lightning and sunlight? Lin Feng asked. Lightning and sunlight are energy substances. I want to talk about physical objects. Although these creatures live underground, they are at least alive. In the law of nature, all things reinforce and restrain each other. I don't believe that other than sunlight and lightning, there are no other things that can restrain them, Yuan Tianqing said after thinking about it. Lin Feng thought about it for 2 seconds and said, there are. Don't we still have our leader's poisonous fire? That's also their nemesis. Yuan Tianqing looked at him coldly and didn't say anything. Lin Feng was embarrassed by his stare. He then coughed softly and said, maybe there are other things that can restrain them. Plants? Or special metals? Or animals? It's a pity that Lin Hao's research hasn't made any progress. Perhaps he's not good at it. Maybe when Lung Xiantong comes back, he'll be able to find something. We have to capture some experimental subjects, too. Lin Hao has used up almost all of the corpse from before. Yuan Tianxing nodded. He obviously didn't object to what Lin Feng said. After the battle last night, when the underground creatures retreated, they even dragged the corpses of their own kind back. They didn't leave a single one for them. Fortunately, they heard that they caught over 10 level 7 underground creatures in the leader's space. They shouldn't have to worry about not having enough experimental subjects. However, they had no idea that the 10 level 7 underground creatures had already been devoured by Lin Xiao. Not even their skin was left. On the other side, Lin Xiao sat on the sofa in Wu Qingyue's living room. He looked at Xiao Tongtung, who was crawling all over the sofa. He was speechless as he said, "You're only a month old, and you can already crawl all over the place. What about the other babies that are the same age as you? Can't you just sit quietly?" This child was like an ADHD child. After waking up, he would only sit quietly when he was drinking milk. The rest of the time, he would either crawl all over the bed or the sofa. Fortunately, he didn't like to crawl on the floor. "I'm doing this to train the development of my bones. Am I one of those mortal babies? I'm Xiao Tongtung." Humph. Xiao Tong, who was crawling on the sofa with his legs crossed and his 2 short hands, raised his chin proudly. He squinted his big eyes and snorted. Wu Yueling and the other 2 children sat quietly at the side and looked at him. Lin Xiao said, "Baby, you're not even a month old. Can you go through normal development?" He was so tired. He watched this little fellow crawl all over the place like a cat. Ever since this child was born, he was curious about everything in the outside world. He wanted to touch and look at everything. Ever since he could crawl on all 4s, he couldn't stay still. Chapter 1022. Ting turned around and sat on the sofa. He leaned against the back of the sofa, crossed his legs, and crossed his arms in front of his chest. He looked at Lin Xiao with a thoughtful expression. Lin Xiao looked at him and raised her eyebrows. "Why? Are you dissatisfied?" Ting twisted his face and turned the back of his head to her. "I don't want to. Those 1-month-old babies don't know anything. It's not like I don't know anything. Why should I pretend to be stupid? It's fine to pretend outside, but I have to pretend at home. Isn't it tiring?" Lin Xiao said, "Then tell me, since you know everything, why did you crawl under the bed? It's fine if you crawled in and out by yourself. But why did you ask us to save you when you were stuck in there?" As soon as she said this, the other 3 children immediately looked at Ting with approval. When they were not paying attention, the little guy disappeared in front of them. After looking for a long time, he finally called out from under the bed in the guest room. Ting said, That's because I heard a sound under the bed. I just wanted to see what it was." Puffed. When Lin Xiaolu heard Ting's guilty voice, she couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. At this time, Wu Qingyue came out of the kitchen with a big bowl of soup. He put on the dining table with 5 or 6 dishes and shouted at them in the living room, "Come wash your hands and eat." Wu Yueling was the first to slide down from the sofa and ran to the dining room. Lin Xiaolu and Tong followed behind, and the 3 children ran to the dining table in the blink of an eye. Hey, you're all gone. Who's going to carry me over?" Seeing that his friends had run away, Ting immediately became anxious. He looked at Lin Xiao, who was sitting motionless and looking at him coldly. He silently withdrew his gaze and thought about it. It was said that women who gave birth to children would become very maternal and very gentle. Why didn't his mother change at all? Have you ever seen a mother argue all day long when her son was only a month old? Lin Xiaolu turned around and said with a smile, "Don't you have Auntie? Auntie will carry you over." Wu Yueling looked back at her brother, who was sitting alone on the sofa, and then at Lin Xiao. Finally, as he walked towards the kitchen, he glanced at Wu Chengwei, who was taking off his apron. Lin Xiao looked at their gazes, then stood up and walked towards little Ting. Seeing that she was walking towards him, little Ting immediately sat down obediently and waited for a hug. When Lin Xiao bent down to carry him, they walked toward the restaurant. The food that Wu Qingyue prepared for Xiao Ting was milk paste and bone soup that had been simmered in milk for a few hours. Shouting Ting had no teeth, and his digestive system was very weak, so he could only eat liquid food. However, little Tongue grew very fast and developed very well, eating well and drinking the energy lake water given by Lin Xiao. This brat had already grown plump and tender. Moreover, his looks were heaven-defying. She had a pair of beautiful big eyes, a bit like Wu Qingyue's when he smiled. His nose was straight, and his mouth and chin were like Lu Tianyu's. His face was round, his head was round, his body was short, and his hands and feet were short. He was extremely cute. Xiao Yunlong had been playing with him all morning, and Wu Qingyue had to chase him away for a long time. Wu Yiwelling took the vegetable leaves that Wu Qingyue had washed from the kitchen and put them on the plate of the big fat rabbit. Then she went to wash her hands and sat back in her seat. Since the appearance of little Tung, the big fat rabbit had somewhat fallen out of favor. Fortunately, Wu Yiwelling still remembered to feed her little friend. After lunch, Wu Qingyue walked for a while with little Tung in his arms. When he came back, little Tung had already fallen asleep. Then he took little Tung and the little ones upstairs to arrange for them to sleep. Lin Xiao sat in the living room and watched them go up, then went to the door and looked at the few people in the courtyard outside. "Come in." Duan Wan, Shun Yuzhen, and Xiao Liqing looked at each other, then lifted their feet and walked in. Lin Xiao looked up the stairs and said to Xiao Liqing, "He's upstairs, you go wait for him in the study." Xiao Liqing nodded and left immediately. Duan Wan, who was left behind, said, "Lily and Lin Kuei went to find Wan and the others. If they can find them, they should be able to come back in 2 days." Lin Xiao was surprised. Why would Lily go with them? I thought she didn't like to travel? Duan Wan shook her head in confusion. "I don't know, but she's the fastest in the base. With her help, Lin Kuei will be able to find them faster." Lin Xiao nodded. Elmar's foot needs at least 7 days to recover, and Xia Tian needs at least a month. He's in a terrible state, worse than when I first woke up. At least my arms and legs weren't broken. Lin Xiao didn't know whether to laugh or cry at the thought of Xia Tian's injury. "Is there anything else?" "Yes." Shen Yuzhen opened her mouth and handed her a document. "This is the latest report from Starfire Base. It's just been delivered to me." Lin Xiao looked at it for a while, then frowned. When she was done, her face darkened. "Did you find out anything about this person?" Shen Yuzhen shook her head. "Not at all. It's very mysterious. He's only been in contact with Li Zhengye, no one else." Lin Xiao clutched the document in her hand and frowned. "What did he bring back to Li Zhengye?" Shen Yuzhen said, "We can't find out anything yet, but should have something to do with the zombies around him." Lin Xiao thought for a moment. "You said the man came back from the northwest, then gave the report to Li Zhengye. Then he left for the northwest in a hurry. Could it be that there's something important to them there? It had to be important. Perhaps the man didn't trust anyone else to pass on the information back to Skyfire Base. That's why he had to bring it back, hand it over to Li Zhengye, and then leave. He'd returned in the middle of the night and left less than an hour ago. It looked like he'd come back in a hurry. There had to be something in the northwest that worried him." Also, Lin Xiao lowered her head and looked at the report in her hand. It read, "This man has 6 level 3 zombies with him. Strange aura, control behavior, no signs of zombie-like behavior. Initial conclusion, an abnormal type of zombie. The man can control 6 level 3 zombies, and they're not normal zombies either. The information he brought to Li Zhengye might have something to do with these strange zombies. What was he planning?" Chapter 1023. An adept no weaker than a 7th level adept had appeared in Skyfire Base with a group of strange zombies. He'd made contact with Skyfire Base's leader without anyone knowing, and then left without a sound. All they knew was that the mysterious man had given Li Zhengye a report, but they didn't know what it was about. It was also the first time the mysterious man had appeared with zombies, so perhaps the report had something to do with them. In any case, there was an element of uneasiness in this affair. Lin Xiao was beginning to realize that Skyfire Base wasn't as simple as it seemed, and that there was something going on behind the scenes. Tell Xie Dong to keep an eye on Skyfire Base and try to find out what information the mysterious man gave Li Jingye. Or, let's see what Li Jingye will do next. Lin Xiao narrowed his eyes and instructed. Yes, sir. Shen Yuzhen nodded. Wu Qingyue, who was upstairs, entered the study and saw Xiao Liqing sitting on the sofa. He walked to his desk and asked, Is there any movement in Huaxia? Otherwise, Xiao Liqing wouldn't have come looking for him right after lunch. There's been some activity in China and Skyfire Base as well. Xiao Liqing rose from the sofa and made his way to his desk. He pulled out the chair in front of him and sat down. He placed the report in front of him. Wu Qingyue's lips curled up, but his eyes grew cold. What report? What is Skyfire up to this time? Xiao Liqing answered. It's because of Qingshan Base in the northwest, I think. If it wasn't for the second virus outbreak, no one would have known that there was such a powerful ability user in their base. Wu Qingyue knew he wasn't finished and looked at him with a puzzled expression. Xiao Liqing went on. You might not know, but Qingshan Base has a 9th level adept. Wu Qingyue's eyes narrowed, and the smile on his lips faded. It took him a few seconds to recover, and then he smirked meaningfully. Oh, 9th level? Since they have a rank 9 Arcanist, why are they still hiding? Because although he's a 9th level adept, he has no intention of expanding his base. It can be said that he doesn't care about the matters of the base. His situation is a little special, Xiao Liqing said as he pointed to his head. Wu Qingyue was stunned. He picked up the documents on the table and asked curiously, What do you mean? Is he crazy? Xiao Liqing sat with his hands on his knees. He looked at him and said, His brain is fine. It's just that his heart isn't too good. His condition is similar to Ling Ling's, but it's several times more serious. Wu Qingyue suddenly understood and said, You mean he also has autism? So the Qingshan Base was protecting him? What does this have to do with Huaxia and Heavenly Fire? Xiao Liqing explained. Because he went berserk, Starfire and Huaxia got wind of it. Both Starfire and Huaxia were waiting for the 9th level adept to run out of energy. Then they'd take his energy core. That's why both sides have been keeping an eye on the northwest recently. Wu Qingyue narrowed his eyes. A 9th grade energy core is indeed attractive to them. However, it wasn't that simple. If they want to wait for the 9th level adept to go berserk, they'll have to wait. That's right, that's what they're planning. It's just that the 9th level adept has been in a berserk state for several months now, and we haven't seen any ill effects from it. So I'm guessing their plan won't end well in the near future, unless they want to get rid of the 9th level adept. Xiao Liqing analyzed after a moment's thought. They want to get rid of him? How? There's no way they can beat him. Small weapons won't do anything, but a big one could destroy the core in the 9th level adept's brain. I don't think they'd make a move if they weren't out of their minds. Wu Qingyue's lips curled into a disdainful smirk. Xiao Liqing nodded. Does the Universal Base know about this? Wu Qingyue suddenly asked. The Universal Base he was talking about was actually Lin Xiao. Logically speaking, the Universal Base had some cooperation with the Green Mountain Base, so they should know something about this situation. Xiao Liqing shook his head and said with some doubt, I'm not very clear. At least I don't think Miss Lu's attention is on that side. Wu Qingyue was also puzzled when he heard that. Lin Xiao, who was downstairs, also asked Shen Yuzhen, Has Lan Lu's side confirmed it yet? Shen Yuzhen glanced in the direction of the stairs, then turned to Lin Xiao and shook her head. No, I think they don't want to give up on that person. After all, they can't move that person to central China with the current situation. Lin Xiao nodded solemnly. That's true. The 9th level adept is still going berserk. No one can get close to him. Even if I give the energy lake to Lan Lu and the others, they might not be able to let the 9th level adept drink it. Shen Yuzhen and Duan Wan fell silent. Lin Xiao suddenly thought of something and looked up at her. By the way, ask Xiedong to keep an eye on whether Huaxiao and Skyfire have discovered the 9th level adept. After all, their attention has been focused on that side recently. I think they might have already found out. As she said that, her eyes flashed. If that was the case, Green Mountain Base was in a very bad situation. Yes, go. After the discussion, Lin Xiao waved at them. Tung woke up after sleeping for an hour. Although children get tired easily, Tung Tung was different from ordinary babies. Although his body didn't seem to be in good health, he was more energetic than an adult. After waking up, he rubbed his eyes with his chubby little hands and sat up. He looked at the small table where Lin Xiaolu was writing with Wu Yueling and Tong Tong. Feeling Tung Tung's movement, Lin Xiaolu immediately turned to look at the bed. Seeing that he had sat up on his own, she immediately asked, "Tung Tung, you're awake. Do you want to pee?" Tung Tung's baby clothes didn't have a crotch, and of course, he didn't wear a wet diaper. But he gradually developed the habit of going to the toilet every time he woke up. Hearing Lin Xiaolu's words, Tung Tung nodded. "You two write on your own first." Lin Xiaolu immediately got up and told her two younger siblings who were still learning how to write. She walked to the bedside and picked up Tung Tung to find the toilet. After being helped to go to the toilet, Tung Tung looked at the two sitting at the small table writing. Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind. So boring. Why don't we ask Mama to take us out to play? Chapter 10:24. Hearing little Tung Tung's words, Lin Xiaolu suddenly had a bad premonition and immediately objected. "Little Tung Tung, you're so young. Don't go out casually. What if something happens?" Although little Tung Tung had grown a little, he still looked very short and small. And what if he bumped into something when he went out? He was so soft, he could get hurt easily. And looking at little Tung Tung's small eyes, this little thing must be thinking about something dangerous. He was going to cause trouble. He was so mischievous that he could quarrel with his mother all day long. There is only one baby in the world who could quarrel with his mother when he was just born. "My mama is here. What can happen to me? Don't you want to go out and play? I heard that there are a lot of people in the trading hall, and there are a lot of fun things to see." Little Tung Tung said carelessly. When he said that there were a lot of people in the trading hall, his two big eyes lit up and his face was full of excitement. After all, Lin Xiaolu was just a child. When she heard that there were many people and there was something fun to see, she became excited. She was also a little moved, but she still looked hesitant. But Aunt won't agree. Thinking of Lin Xiao's cold expression, Lin Xiaolu shrunk her neck silently. "I have a way to make her agree," little Tung Tung said confidently and continued. "Besides, my mama is so powerful. She definitely won't let us get hurt. Besides, we're just going out for a walk. Children shouldn't stay at home. It's not good for their character." Lin Xiaolu looked at him speechlessly. "You speak as if you're very old. You're the youngest here." Little Tung Tung heard Lin Xiaolu's words and knew that she had been moved. On the other side, Wu Yueling looked a little disappointed when she heard that they were going out to play. Children generally like to go to crowded places to play, but she was the opposite. She didn't want to go to crowded places at all. She was afraid, but she wanted to play with Lin Xiaolu and little Tung Tung. She didn't want to be separated from them. But if they wanted to go to the trading hall to play, she didn't dare to go with them. There were so many people, it was too scary. Wu Yueling looked a little disappointed and confused. She frowned and pursed her lips. Lin Xiaolu was very sensitive to the change of her expression. She immediately said to Tung Tung, "But if we go, Lingling will have to stay at home alone. I don't think it's a good idea to leave Lingling behind." Tung Tung looked at Lin Xiaolu strangely and said, "Who said we were going to leave Lingling behind? Lingling is coming with us." Lin Xiaolu said, "Lingling will be scared." Moreover, she knew that Lingling had a mental illness. What if Lingling went to a crowded place with them and her mental illness acted up? Tung Tung turned his head and waved at Lingling, saying in a childish voice, "Don't be afraid. We will protect Lingling. Besides, we're just going there to take a look. We'll be with Lingling, so Lingling won't have to be afraid." Little Tung Tung felt that Lingling could now play with them normally. Her condition had actually improved a lot. However, the child was unwilling to speak, so the next step of treatment or the next dose of strong medicine was needed. And we're going to leave in 2 days. We won't be able to play with Lingling then. Tung Tung suddenly sighed with regret. He was clearly a full-month-old baby, but he had to act like an adult. However, his round face and big eyes didn't show that kind of imposing manner. Lin Xiaolu looked at Tung Tung with amusement. She keenly sensed what he was thinking. Perhaps this would help with Lingling's condition. So she carried him to Wu Yueling and said to Lingling, "Tungting is right. We're going to leave in 2 days. Lingling won't be able to play with us for the time being. Why don't Lingling go out with us this time?" Sure enough, Lin Xiaolu and Tungting would be going back to the base in a few days. Wu Yueling immediately felt an emptiness in her heart when she was left alone at home again. It was a little uncomfortable. She didn't like this feeling either. Thinking of this, Wu Yueling's resistance to the outside world seemed to loosen a little. She raised her head and looked at Lin Xiaolu and Tungting blankly. Tungting also looked at her encouragingly with his big, bright eyes. Lin Xiaolu sat on the carpet next to Wu Yueling and put Tungting down. She let him crawl on the thick carpeted floor, then reached out to touch Lingling's head and said, "Lingling, don't be afraid. We'll come to play with you often in the future. And Tungting is your younger brother. You have to be happy and not afraid, so he won't worry about you." Thus, when Lin Xiao sensed that Tungting had begun to toss and turn again, she appeared at the door and was stared at by 4 pairs of small eyes. Mama, take us out to play." Lin Xiao raised her eyebrows and crossed her hands in front of her chest. "What? It's not enough to make trouble here. Do you want to go out and make trouble?" Tungting rolled his eyes and gave her a cute, supercilious look. "How am I making trouble? I'm obviously very obedient. Papa said I'm very obedient." Lin Xiao sneered at him and said, "You're obedient? If you're obedient, why did you tear the sofa in the guest room in the morning? You even poured water on the bed. You also broke the vase and the cup in his living room." At that time, Wu Chengyue said he didn't mind with a smile on his face, dragged the sofa out and threw it away, and changed the bed sheets on the bed. Then, he calmly cleaned up the mess in the living room and didn't let her do it. Lin Xiao inexplicably felt very embarrassed. Tungting immediately looked at the ceiling. How did he know that his nails could tear the sofa's leather? And he felt that there seemed to be something in it, so he touched it out of curiosity. He didn't mean to spill the water on the bed. It was just that when he was holding the cup of water, his hand slipped for some reason, and the water slipped. He felt that the pattern of the vase in the living room was very beautiful and wanted to see it. He didn't know who put the cup on the edge of the table. At this time, Lin Xiaolu spoke to help him out and said, "Aunt, take us out to play. Last time we came, Mama didn't take us out to play." Seeing that her little princess had asked, Lin Xiao immediately smiled and agreed to her. "Okay, get ready. Where do you want to go?" At this time, Tungting immediately shouted, "To the trading hall. There are many people there. And Mama, you don't listen to your own son, but listen to Sister Xiaolu, what you mean?" Lin Xiao calmly glanced at him and said, "You have no right to speak. Do you understand?" Tungting, "Papa, hurry up and take this female zombie away. So annoying." Chapter 1025. Does Lingling want to go too? After ignoring his son, Lin Xiao looked at Wu Yueling's face. Wu Yueling nodded gently. Lin Xiao pondered for 2 seconds and said, "If you want to go, you have to get your father's permission." Wu Yueling nodded again, then immediately turned around and ran out of the door to find her father. After Wu Yueling left, Lin Xiaolu seemed to be afraid that Lin Xiao would blame Xiao Tingting. So she said, "Xiao Tungtang said that Lingling needs to go to a place with a lot of people. Maybe it will help her get better. We will protect her." Lin Xiao walked over and touched her head. He nodded and smiled. "Yes, you're right. Lingling's condition is a lot better now, and it's good for her to get to know more people. She could have spoken before, but now she doesn't want to." Sigh. Seeing that Lin Xiao agreed with her, Lin Xiaolu immediately smiled happily. On the other side, Wu Yueling ran to Wu Qingyue's door. She first knocked on the door twice, then waited for a few seconds before she opened the door on her tiptoes and poked her head in. Xiao Liqing and Wu Qingyue had already stopped talking when she knocked on the door. Seeing that it was Wu Yueling who poked her head in, Wu Qingyue asked with a gentle smile, "What's wrong? What's wrong, Lingling?" Wu Yueling retracted her head, then walked in while holding the hem of her clothes. She looked at Wu Qingyue hesitantly, as if she wanted to express something, but didn't dare to. Wu Qingyue waited until she walked in front of him, then glanced at Xiao Liqing and asked Wu Yueling, "What's wrong?" Wu Yueling reached out and pulled the fabric of his pants, then pointed outside with her other hand. She wanted him to go out. "Lingling wants you to go out," Xiao Liqing asked in confusion. Wu Qingyue was also confused, then glanced at Wu Yueling and stood up obediently. Seeing that he stood up, Wu Yueling immediately stopped him and walked out of the door. After leaving the study, she dragged him downstairs and saw Lin Xiao and the other 3 children in the living room. Seeing him come down, Lin Xiao said expressionlessly, "Lingling wants to go out with us. I asked her to tell you." "Where to?" Wu Qingyue looked at her with a smile and asked. "Trading hall. Let's show them around. Maybe they can find something useful," Lin Xiao said. "Then I will go too," Wu Qingyue said subconsciously. However, Lin Xiao directly refused. "Forget it. Your existence is too eye-catching. We don't want to be so high-profile." Wu Qingyue saw that her refusal was very clear, so he didn't force it. He said, "All right, I'll prepare a car for you. Come back early for dinner." Then Lin Xiao, Tung Tung, the 3 kids, Duan Wan, and Shun Yuzhen drove the car that Wu Qingyue had arranged for them to the central trading hall. Every district in Sea City had a trading hall and a mission hall, and the center was the largest one. Traders from all over the base gathered here to trade or sell things. Of course, the value of the items exchanged here was very high. It was also very crowded, and it was very lively with people coming and going. The first floor to the 3rd floor was the range of the trading hall. Lin Xiao had been here before, so she knew where it was. After parking the car in the parking lot, Lin Xiao carried Ting Ting and the other 3 kids out of the car and walked towards the building. Duan Wan held Wu Yueling with her left hand and Tong Tong with her right. Lin Xiaolu consciously walked beside Lin Xiao, and Shun Yuzhen walked behind them. Shun Yuzhen was not unfamiliar with this place, so she introduced the place to Duan Wan as they walked. The first floor is more complicated and messy. Because there are many people, the value of the items exchanged isn't high. The 2nd and 3rd floors are the large trading hall. The 4th floor is the mission hall, and the 5th floor is the Corpse Hunter Affairs hall. Further up are the administrative offices and other conference halls. The appearance of 3 young women and 4 children in the trading hall would easily attract the attention of the crowd. Usually, most of the women who brought their children out were either from powerful families or were surrogates who were trying to give birth to their children. However, the former's mental appearance was generally much better than the latter's. Since the latter was a surrogate, there were people who lived at the bottom. Therefore, people who lived at the bottom would usually live a very difficult and sullen life in order to survive. Everyone sized up the 3 women's clothes and the children's clothes. 2 of them were wearing camouflage military uniforms, clean and rigorous. The other was wearing a simple shirt and jeans, which were also clean and neat. Looking at the children, their clothes were also clean and of good quality. They were neither new nor old. It seemed that these 3 women were not people who lived at the bottom. Lin Xiao was still wearing sunglasses, and her long hair was tied into a ponytail. Her face was clean and plain, and her camouflage uniform looked very youthful, but it was slightly destroyed by the baby in her arms. In fact, Lu Tianyu was still very young. She was only 24 years old this year, and only looked old with heavy makeup on her face. Now that Lin Xiao was barefaced all day, she looked much younger. Moreover, her face was fair and she looked tender, and her figure was not bad. After they entered the trading hall, many people sized her up, and the more they looked at her, the more covetous they became. Lin Xiao could feel the hidden meaning of the surrounding gazes, but she was secretly paying attention. Her expression did not change as she held Xiao Tungting and watched the surrounding trading stalls. In fact, it was mainly a few children who were watching. Xiao Tungting climbed from her arms to her shoulder, sat on her arm, and twisted his waist to look around. He couldn't stop for a second. Lin Xiaolu also looked left and right. She saw that this trading hall was very big, even bigger than what she had seen in the Netherworld King's base. And there were many people. Most of the things on the stalls were daily necessities, some machines, and so on. There were also many people like them who came and went to watch. Lin Xiao glanced at Wu Yueling and saw that she had unconsciously tightened her grip on Duan Wan's hand. Her body was also very close to Duan Wan, and she looked very nervous and afraid. However, her eyes were very clear and calm, and there was no panic in them. The effect was not bad, and it did not cause any fear or panic. It seemed that Xiao Tingting's method could be tried a few more times. Perhaps she would slowly get used to it. Lin Xiao brought the children and Duan Wan around the first floor, then went up to the second floor. The environment on the second floor was much cleaner and tidier, and there were fewer people. Just as Lin Xiao was halfway through, a voice suddenly sounded behind her. "Are you Lu Tianyu?" Lin Xiao stopped in her tracks, and the few of them immediately stopped. Then they all turned their heads to look behind them. Chapter 10:26. When they turned around, they saw a few people standing behind them looking at them. There was a man and a woman in the front, and 3 men behind them. The one who spoke should be the woman, who looked to be in her 20s. She was staring at Lin Xiao in disbelief and bewilderment, as if she wanted to confirm but didn't dare to. Lin Xiao looked at her quietly, then raised his hand and took off his sunglasses. Impossible. Why aren't you dead?" As soon as the woman saw Lin Xiao's eyes, she immediately screamed. She stared at Lin Xiao with a frightened expression and took 2 steps back. The man next to the woman also looked at Lin Xiao in surprise. Just now, when he looked at the woman's back, he felt that it was quite beautiful, but he also felt that it was familiar and strange. He couldn't remember for a moment. However, when he heard his female companion cry out, he looked like he remembered who it was. Then, he became like the woman, very surprised and couldn't believe it. Lin Xiao looked at the woman blankly, then glanced at Shen Yuzhen next to her. "Do you know who she is?" Shen Yuzhen looked at the woman and frowned as she thought about it. She said, "She looks a little familiar. I can't remember." Lin Xiao searched through Lu Tianyu's memory, but couldn't remember who it was. It seemed that Lu Tianyu didn't take this woman seriously. "What? You don't remember me?" "I am." "No. Now is not the time to talk about this. Aren't you dead?" The woman saw Lin Xiao looking at her blankly, and then asked her companion next to her, as if she didn't know her. He immediately ran out excitedly and shouted loudly. The fear and disbelief he felt just now had also disappeared. Lin Xiao saw that she was excited and a little angry, but he felt that there was a feeling of contempt in her emotions. No, it was the feeling of contempt for Lu Tianyu. It was as if she looked down on Lu Tianyu, but she didn't allow Lu Tianyu to not know her. "Sorry, my memory is bad. Who are you?" Lin Xiao said coldly. After hearing the woman call out Lu Tianyu's name, the people around them all had a look of realization, and soon they began to whisper. "No wonder I felt that she looked a little familiar, but I couldn't recognize her. Yeah, I was just wondering which district this beauty was from. Have I seen him before? So it's that Lu Tianyu. But didn't she die a year ago? I heard that he was thrown into the group of zombies. Who is standing here now? Could it really be her? Could it be that she's not dead? Is it really her?" But although it's very similar, the temperament is too different from before. Indeed, it's much more pleasing to the eye now. Everyone began to size Lin Xiao up from head to toe with a look of amazement and astonishment. The man looked at Lin Xiao with amazement, while the woman looked at her with a complicated expression of disdain, jealousy, disdain, disgust, and so on. Obviously, when they saw Lin Xiao standing there alive with Lu Tianyu's body, they had already tacitly believed that Lu Tianyu did not die a year ago. He might have been saved or encountered some sort of fortuitous encounter. There were many dangers outside the base, but there were also many opportunities for survival and fortuitous encounters. Maybe this Lu Tianyu suddenly awakened his ability at that time, or someone passed by and saved her or something, so she escaped the disaster. Anyway, now that they had seen her standing here, the news that she died a year ago was broken. Didn't they say that she was killed last year because she offended Leader Wu? If she didn't die, How dare she appear in this city base? That's right. This kind of disgusting woman dares to be shameless enough to take a fancy to Leader Wu and even threaten him with Leader Wu's precious daughter. If I were Leader Wu, I would definitely kill her and throw her into the zombies to feed. These women looked at Lin Xiao as if they were looking at trash, and their voices were deliberately louder. However, most of the people present didn't know Wu Yueling, so they didn't know that the person they were talking about was right in front of them. After a small number of people recognized Wu Yueling among the group of children, the way they looked at Lin Xiao became unpredictable. The whispers of the people around did not affect the woman who stopped Lin Xiao. After hearing Lin Xiao's words, her eyes widened. Then she suddenly became angry because she felt that Lin Xiao's words were mocking her. You don't know me? Haha, that's true. Some women rely on their bodies to trade with all kinds of men to obtain the qualification to survive. They only know how to live a peaceful and comfortable life in the base all day long. Why would they look at people like us who struggle hard outside the base? After the woman's anger subsided, her expression changed and she sneered sarcastically. Her words made the man next to her a little unhappy. He frowned and looked at her. Swear. Bai Shuai also glared at the man with dissatisfaction and said to him, What? Do you want to speak up for her? Did I say anything wrong? As she spoke, she looked at Lin Xiao with that kind of disdainful gaze and suddenly noticed Tung in her arms. Bai Shuai was stunned and suddenly said, I was wondering why you became a little different from before. I almost couldn't recognize you. It turns out that you finally thought it through and went to be a substitute for someone else. Whose child is this? I don't know if he's healthy. The meaning of her last sentence was that Lu Tianyu had done so many transactions with her body that he might have contracted some kind of disease. How could it be possible for the child to be healthy? Lin Xiao looked at her calmly and asked, Are you done? Then she turned around with Tung in her arms and walked forward calmly. She didn't react to Bai Shuai's words and didn't intend to communicate with that woman any further. You stop right there. She didn't expect Lin Xiao to turn around and leave without giving her any face. Moreover, the other party's indifferent attitude made Bai Shuai feel like a clown. She subconsciously looked at the gazes of the people around her and felt that these gazes, which were watching a good show, were aimed at her like needles. Bai Shuai felt her hatred rise when she thought of Lu Tianyu's disdain and ridicule towards her in the past. Thinking about it again, she was now a level 4 ability user. Last year, when she was only a level 2 ability user, this woman even used her identity as Yang Chao's woman to humiliate her. Now that Yang Chao was long dead, she was an ordinary woman with no ability or background. Based on what she had done in the past, if she wanted to survive in this city base, her life would be difficult if she didn't find another financial backer. Lin Xiao ignored her and continued to stroll around without changing her footsteps. Tung, who was in her arms, lay on her shoulder and looked back at the woman behind her, then turned his head and ignored her. But Yang Chao has been dead for a year, but you're still alive and well. It seems that you're quite capable. Which man did you hook up with again? Seeing that Lin Xiao was about to leave, Bai Shuai immediately walked over quickly. She stared at Lin Xiao and said loudly, Chapter 10:27. All right, Shuai, don't talk too much. We're here to trade, don't cause trouble. The man beside her said to Bai Shuai and pulled her to the other side. But Bai Shuai resisted and shook his hand off. She stared at Lin Xiao's back as he walked further and further away. She suddenly turned around and glared at the man in front of her. What? Do you feel heartache for her? You're just one of the men she once used. She's already a husband, and you still can't forget her? Bai Shuai's words not only contained the original hatred, but also a strong sense of jealousy. Her beautiful face became a little twisted, and her eyes widened to the point of almost popping out of their sockets. Ha! After hearing what she said, the man raised his hand and slapped her hard on the face. Then he said to her gloomily, Shut up. Don't think that you're any cleaner than her. At least she's above board. What about you? Bai Shui. Felt her face go numb from the slap, and her ears buzzed. She was stunned for a moment, and her expression was a little confused. After hearing the man's voice, she shivered all over. She looked up at the man with fear. Her lips moved, but she didn't dare to make a sound. The man looked at Lin Xiao's back as he left, then coldly glanced at Bai Shui. Then he turned and walked to the other side. After hearing the slap and the man's words, Lin Xiao's expression became a little more profound. When we go back, check their identities. Lin Xiao turned to Duan Wan and said softly, "Yes." At this moment, Shun Yuzhen was surprised. I remember now, but, leader, do you really not remember her?" Lin Xiao and Duan Wan turned to look at her. "Why? Do you know?" Shun Yuzhen said, "That woman is called Bai Shui, and the man is called Ding Biao. He's a level 5 fire ability user. Their corpse hunting group is a medium-sized corpse hunting group with about 300 members. This Ding Biao is one of the vice leaders. That Bai Shui seemed to have a bad relationship with you. You even brought people to bully, to cause trouble for her." When she said the last sentence, Shun Yuzhen felt a little awkward, because at that time, the things that her family's leader had done were indeed quite vicious. Of course, she didn't know that Lin Xiao was living in Lu Tianyu's body. Therefore, even if the current Lin Xiao had become a good person, Shun Yuzhen still thought that she was the old Lu Tianyu. Lin Xiao's interest was immediately piqued. He said as he walked, "I don't have a good memory, so I might have forgotten. Tell me, maybe I can remember something." Duan Wan also looked at her curiously. Shun Yuzhen said, "Actually, I'm not very clear, but I know a little. Didn't she join Sea City Base with you? Your memory is really bad. I heard that you guys came in the same team. I don't know what happened before you guys joined the base, but I've seen it a few times. Every time you met Bai Shui at the trading center, you would mock her a little, and your words were a little vicious. At that time, Bai Shui didn't have much power, and she wasn't as pretty as you are. Her background wasn't as strong as yours either. That's why I can only look at you with hatred while enduring your, humiliation." Lin Xiao rubbed her chin and pondered. Hearing what she said, she probably found something from Lu Tianyu's memory. Oh, this Bai Shui seemed to be from the same university as Lu Tianyu, and she was even an alumnus. She was 1 year older than Lu Tianyu. At that time, after they escaped from the school together, they had struggled all the way to the safe base. At that time, there weren't many women in the team, and most of them were ordinary people. His combat power was basically a 5-point battle trash. In fact, this Bai Shui was the same as Lu Tianyu. She had no ability, was timid, and was as selfish as Lu Tianyu. However, Bai Shui could only be considered a little more delicate, and she was much less beautiful than Lu Tianyu. In the beginning, the two of them received similar treatment in the team, relying on men in order to survive. However, because Lu Tianyu was beautiful and had a good figure, his treatment was much better than Bai Shui's. Bai Shui saw this, but she felt that it was unfair. Why were the two of them doing the same thing, but the treatment was so different? Later, they met Ding Biao's team. At that time, Ding Biao was a level 3 ability user, and he was the strongest in the team. In order to survive, Lu Tianyu quickly set his sights on him, and so did Bai Shui. However, at that time, Bai Shui fell in love with Ding Biao at first sight and wanted to compete with Lu Tianyu for everything. In the end, she still failed. Ding Biao had no interest in her at all, but he was more interested in Lu Tianyu. Later, after entering the base, Lu Tianyu saw many ability users who were stronger than Ding Biao and immediately kicked him out. At that time, Bai Shui suddenly awakened her ability. Bai Shui, who had awakened her ability, immediately stopped relying on men, but she still couldn't let go of Ding Biao. So after joining the corpse hunting group with Ding Biao, she began to hone her wilderness survival skills and upgrade her ability. Lin Xiao walked with little Tung-Ting in her arms, her eyes calm. No wonder when this woman saw her, she looked like she wanted to, oh no, she wanted to trample Lu Tianyu under her feet. After everyone recognized that Lin Xiao was Lu Tianyu, they were very curious when they saw her, but most of them subconsciously distanced themselves from her. It couldn't be helped, because no matter where Lu Tianyu went, he always looked like he was looking for trouble. And indeed, wherever he went, he would cause trouble. Perhaps the surrounding gazes were too obvious, but Lin Xiao and the other adults weren't affected. Lin Xiaolu, Tong Tong, and Little Tung Ting weren't affected, but Wu Yueling began to have some adverse effects. Lin Xiao noticed that Wu Yueling was getting more and more afraid, and her body movements were becoming more and more unnatural. She immediately handed Little Tung Ting to Duan Wan and bent down to pick up Lingling. What's wrong with Lingling? Wu Yueling shook her head. The surrounding gazes made her very uncomfortable and unfocused. After being picked up by Lin Xiao, she immediately hugged Lin Xiao's neck and buried her face. Lin Xiao looked at the other 3 children. Have you played enough? Looking at the time, it had only been half an hour since they came in. The other 3 children obviously hadn't had enough, but they all noticed that their little friend Wu Yueling wasn't in a good state, so they all nodded. Then let's go back early, Lin Xiao said to them with a smile. In the end, the group of 3 adults and 4 children just strolled around and went down to the first floor without buying anything. They prepared to walk out of the building and drive back to Wu Qingyue's house. They didn't expect to be stopped by Schwerer and the others when they came out of the first floor. You're tuning into the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.